Okay, we will now reconvene the regular board meeting. And can we please have our student, Ari Analco from MIT, an eighth grader from MIT, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ari and students who joined her. Thank you. I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Pasbenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrielino Tongva Nation and the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, a Hachiman Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respect to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Ahachiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools and in neighboring districts. At this time, we will move to our report of action taken in closed session. Ms. Quiros, do we have any action items to report out?
We do. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Kristen Risberg to the position of Director of Support Services, moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with a yes vote, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Mr. Bustos, Dr. Alvarez, Ms. Lepsak, and Ms. Magdaleno. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Hoa Tai to the position of Coordinator of Student Achievement Programs, moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Lepsak. Board members with a yes vote, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Mr. Bustos, Dr. Alvarez, Ms. Lepsak, and Ms. Magdaleno. By a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Michael Curtis to the position of Coordinator of Special Education, moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Board members with a yes vote, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Mr. Bustos, Dr. Alvarez, Ms. Lepsak, and Ms. Magdaleno. By a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Escaila Mendoza to the position of Coordinator of Special Education, moved by Mr. Bustos, seconded by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Board members with the yes vote, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Mr. Bustos, Dr. Alvarez, Ms. Lepsak, and Ms. Magdaleno. That concludes action taken in closed session. And for interpretation services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Para servicio de interpretación a español, por favor pase con el señor Vargas, quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat in the front to the left of the room. Child care services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros. And at this time, I'd like to invite Superintendent Dr. Perez to present this special recognition honoring our student board member for his service and leadership this year. Thank you, Dr. Perez.
All right. It is my privilege to be able to provide this plaque on behalf of our board and our district to Mr. Eduardo Abascal for serving, and I'm actually going to share the message that is on here. We're grateful. Let me put my glasses on. In grateful recognition for her historic service, being the very first ever student board member for the Santa Ana Unified School District during the 25-26 school year. Your leadership, dedication, and commitment to representing the voices of students have made a lasting impact on our district and our school community. Your service has helped pave the way for future student leaders and strengthen the partnership between students, staff, families, and the Board of Education. Thank you for your outstanding contributions, professionalism, and advocacy on behalf of the students of the Santa Ana Unified School District. And now a little off script. Having both of you, and in this moment we're having to see you now go off to Japan to pursue what is next for you. We're so very proud of you, and just been very impressed by how you carry yourself and really representing our students and our families in such an amazing way. I loved having you here. I loved being able to sit there and look over and see the two of you, really kind of I could see you guys conversing, talking back and forth to each other and strategizing and thinking about what you're going to say, and I know it was a lot of time commitment amongst all the things that you are already doing, but you are just an exceptional young person, and we are so very proud of you, and so, wanted to share this with you on behalf of the board, and I know that our board, it brings them so much joy that they were able to shepherd in the first ever student board members in our district. So I would like to turn it over to our board president to also, for the team to share words as we invite you to come on up. Yeah. Get a picture of us at some point, okay? Stay here because I think they're going to talk to you.
Okay. Mr. Abascal, I just want to personally thank you for your leadership, your thoughtfulness, and the way you represented students across our district. Serving as one of the very first student board members in the history of Santa Ana Unified School District is incredibly meaningful, and you help set a strong foundation for the students who will serve after you. Your voice, your perspective, and your intelligence have truly added value to our conversations and to our work as a board. And our board has really, truly grown in so many ways with the student voice that you've brought. And it's been an honor to serve alongside you this year. And I'm excited to see all that you will continue to do. I hope to hear how things are out in Japan. I hope that you will share with us and keep returning to invest and mentor future generations. But just on behalf of the board, thank you so much. This, is very monumentous for us, and we couldn't have imagined. I speak for myself, but couldn't have imagined the student board position really turning out any stronger. So thank you on behalf of the board, and I will open it up to my colleagues as well if anyone would like to share something, and then perhaps we can take a quick photo.
Just very briefly, I want to thank you for your service. When this board got together and we had multiple discussions about the role of the student board member and what we wanted to see, and really wanting to bring student voice to the decision-making table, you have become really the vision of what we wanted to see. You're the blueprint, and so I think it was so special to see you and Ms. Gomez working together, and being able to show up every single board meeting with such professionalism, being prepared to engage in discussion. And so just want to thank you for your service. I'm a little jealous I'm not going to Japan, but we're so excited for your journey and just can't wait to hear more about it. So congratulations and thank you again.
Ms. Gomez?
I just want to start off by saying it's been truly an honor to serve with you. I've honestly never met someone that's so intact with what they want to say, and you offer a lot of perspective. You offer a lot of valuable knowledge that I've never known. You've taught me, and you've showed me pathways and things I've never actually took into consideration, and you've honestly changed me as a person when it comes to advocacy. But beyond just being an amazing person to serve alongside and being so knowledgeable, you've also been such a good friend. I always enjoy our talks and the jokes we make before meetings start or after, and it's been truly super amazing to connect with someone that's so like-minded. And oh my god. But I just want to say you've been such a great person to work alongside, and I am so confident that when you go to Tokyo, you're going to know everything. You're going to make such good friends. You're going to work in that internship under UN, and you're just going to do excellent in life. Thank you.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes. I hope you know how proud we are of you. I don't know if you've heard from all of us. You got us tearing up here, but we are really proud of all the work you've done. Thank you for your public service. Thank you for being a leader, a mentor, for showing up every day for the students of Santa Ana. And I can't wait for you to come back with all your knowledge from Japan and serve our community in this level of capacity. Because please come back and take our seats. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I already told you this, but when I was very impressed when we had the discussion about pay, and when I said, "Hey, we don't pay student teachers, so I don't really think we should pay student board members," and you agreed. And I didn't know you were a drum major because I did bring that up as an example. I say we have a lot of student leaders, and you are carrying many different leadership roles, which I wasn't aware of, and I don't know how you balance that all. But great time management. But I told you, and I'll tell you publicly, that I thought that was a huge sign of maturity. And even though they didn't listen to your voice, that's okay. I listened to your voice, and I thought you made a good point. And thank you. Thank you for your service.
And Mr. Abascal, we always listen to your voice. So we hear you, and thank you for everything you've contributed. Let's go ahead and take a group photo.
When I said don't listen to his voice, I meant you didn't vote as he passed.
Congratulations again, Mr. Abascal. And something I always say is and I feel many of my colleagues share the sentiment, if we do anything right up here as board members, we will see you, to Ms. Magdalena's point, we will see you and Ms. Gomez here again. So congratulations. And now I'd like to welcome up Board President Mr. Bustos to Board Vice President Mr. Bustos, my forever president, to share on behalf of the board recognition for this month's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Brazier Seves. As the Vice President of the SAUSD School Board, it's truly an honor to be with you all tonight to recognize the incredible students, cast, crew, and educators behind Godinez Fundamental High School's theater arts for their outstanding production of In the Heights and for being selected to perform at the prestigious Spirit of the Macy's Awards at the Cerritos Center of Performing Arts. So let's give them a round of applause. And so when I got this news from Ms. McMahon last week, or the week before, she helped me put into perspective that it is going to probably be easy to understand for those of you that aren't really into theater or the arts. She basically said, in sports terms, it's like winning CIF in the world of musical theater. So that's what these students have done. And so the Spirit of Macy's Committee watches more than 60 productions annually across Southern California and selects only a handful of schools to perform at this very elite award ceremony. And so that means that what was created on the Godinez stage was not just good, it was among the very best. And I have to say personally, I had the opportunity to watch this production myself, and it was absolutely incredible. The talent, the emotion, the choreography, the music, the storytelling, every single detail reflected excellence. And you could feel the passion and the heart that went into this performance from the very moment that the curtains opened. And it was one of those productions that will stay with you for a very long time, even after it ends. And to this day, I still think about it. And so tonight, we're celebrating excellence. We're celebrating artistry, discipline, talent, countless hours of rehearsal and dedication. But we're also celebrating something much deeper. In the Heights is more than just a musical. It really is a love letter to immigrant communities. It tells a story of working class Latino families navigating identity, sacrifice, belonging, fear, hope, and the pursuit of dreams in a country that doesn't always make room for them. And it's a story that's rooted in community, resilience, and culture. And honestly, there couldn't be a better time in our country's history for this story to be told. Because right now, across our country, and even here in our own community, many immigrant families are hurting. Families are living with uncertainty, with fear, and attacks on their dignity. And it's moments like this that art becomes more than entertainment. Art becomes resistance. It becomes healing. It reminds people that they belong. And so that's why this production mattered so much. And for our students here in Santa Ana, a city that is proudly and unapologetically Latino, proudly immigrant, proudly working class, seeing themselves reflected on that stage is very powerful. And so hearing stories that sound like their families, like their neighborhoods, their dreams, their struggles really is powerful. It tells our young people that their stories matter too. And that is the SAUSD advantage that we talk about. Here in Santa Ana Unified, we don't believe the arts are extra. We believe that they're essential. We believe that theater, music, dance, and visual arts help our students find confidence, their voice, belonging, and purpose. And so we invest in the arts because our students deserve opportunities that are world-class. And clearly, the results are speaking for themselves. We have an award-winning theater arts program right here in Santa Ana. So let's give that a round of applause. And so in closing, I just want to thank the incredible arts educators, our directors, choreographers, musicians, production staff, really everyone behind the scenes at Godinez who poured their hearts into this production. Because arts educators change lives every single day, oftentimes with not enough recognition. And so I want to thank you all for believing in our students, for believing in our community, and for pushing our students towards excellence. And to our students, I want to thank every single one of you for representing Santa Ana with pride. Thank you for showing the rest of Southern California what our community is capable of. You carried our stories, our culture, and spirit onto that stage, and you made our district very proud. And I know that you're going to make us very proud when you represent Santa Ana Unified this Saturday. And so please join me in conclusion, congratulating the cast and crew of In the Heights from Godinez Fundamental High School on this extraordinary achievement. And so with that, I do want to give an opportunity for one of our educators and students to come up and share a few words, and also present you all with the certificate of recognition for your accomplishments, and just say congratulations. So thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank, we had so many of the board members attend our show, and the superintendent, thank you so much. We just came from a rehearsal. It is very exciting, and I think what's going to be best about this story is we're going into a mostly very affluent program on Saturday to tell our story, and so the kids are thrilled. One of the things that we were talking about today about how the power of the arts is that it's unlike sports. In sports, not everybody gets to play. Someone has to sit on the bench. So a couple of weeks ago, I was going to go to a show, a game, and I told the student I'm going to be there, and he was like, "Well, I'm probably not going to play. I'm going to sit on the bench." And I just was thinking, in theater, we take everybody, and that's really beautiful. But I just thought maybe Leslie, do you want to come up and just say a quick word about what being in the Heights has meant to you and the power of that?
Hi. So during the time that we were participating in the production of In the Heights, I remember on a drive home with my mom, I think it was one of the rehearsals towards the end, because we were leaving the school really late. And I remember my mom turned to me and said, "You could have been asleep. You could have been doing homework. Why did you choose to do this?" And with that air of like, ¿por qué me haces esto? Like, why are you doing this to us? Like, we have kids at home. I have to get started on dinner. And I was like, I had to sit with her for a while and explain to her that it was more than just community. It was stepping foot onto that stage and knowing that not only my experience mattered, but that it mattered enough for others to see. Because anyone can say that your story matters, but it takes a special kind of courage to believe that it matters enough to turn it into a production. It takes a special kind of courage to allow students to go on stage and put out a story that doesn't necessarily align with what the ideal American dream is. That production was what my American dream was. It was what I live every day. It was the music, the community, the vocabulary that I hear on the daily. And to see that on a stage, to see the people that I love represented in the characters, in the songs, in the storyline of the musical, it felt like coming home. It felt like I had been running for such a long time, and I finally found home on the stage, and I got to say, this is what my life has been like. This is what our life has been like, and our community deserves to be heard. So it was genuinely life-changing, and no disrespect to past musicals or musicals of the future, but I don't think anything will ever top that. So yeah, that's been my, probably not. That's been my tidbit. Thank you.
All right, at this point, I do want to invite all of our students, any educators, of course, our board, and also any families that are in attendance to join us for a group picture.
Congratulations again to all of our students and staff who were just recognized. Okay. And with that, it's my pleasure to welcome up Ms. Flores, our Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, to present this year's recognition of our Employees of the Year. We are proud to take this moment to celebrate their outstanding service and commitment to our students. We can give folks a moment to get settled as well.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We're very excited to be able to honor our certificated and our classified employees of the year. So these are our employees that were nominated by their peers, and they actually went and represented the district at the county level. So we're very excited to be able to present these tonight. I do want to say before you leave, we will take a picture with the board, and then there's also a small reception for you that's over in the cafeteria area, and someone will be able to guide you over there. Okay, so first I would like to introduce Maria Enriquez Carrillo, if you can please come up. Along with her principal, thank you, Carrie Braun. These are for you. Oh, you have lots. And you have lots of flowers. Those are for you also. Okay. So Maria Enriquez Carrillo began her career with SAUSD as a substitute teacher during the 93-94 school year. She has served as an elementary teacher since 1994, working at Garfield and Walker Elementary Schools, and has continued teaching at Garfield since 1999. Congratulations. Next, I would like to invite up Gabriel Moreno. We are celebrating Michael Covey. He is unable to be here tonight. He is a teacher at Mendez Fundamental School. Michael Covey joined SAUSD in 2016 as a teacher for grades 6 through 8 at Mendez Fundamental Intermediate School. He later served as Carr Intermediate School before returning to Mendez Fundamental Intermediate School in 2019, where he continues to teach. Although he's unable to attend tonight's board meeting, his principal, Gabriel Moreno, will accept the award on his behalf and present it to him tomorrow. Next, I would like to invite up Mr. William Snyder and his principal, Mr. Church. Mr. Snyder began his career with SAUSD in 1995 as a high school teacher at Century High School. In 2007, he transitioned to Godinez Fundamental High School, where he continues serving as a teacher for grades 9 through 12. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Mr. Church, you should stay up here. Oh, no, you're not. Sorry. I'd like to invite up again Mr. Moreno. I'm glad you didn't go very far. Miss Jenny Lou Lai, who is our school nurse at Mendez Fundamental, was unable to be here this evening. She joined SAUSD in 2019 as a nurse in support services. She currently serves students at both Mendez Fundamental Intermediate School and Willard Intermediate School. Although she's unable to attend tonight, her principal will accept on her behalf and present that with her tomorrow and take another picture. I'm going to classify it. Okay, all righty. We will move on to Classified Employees of the Year. I'd like to invite up Anna Enriquez, who is the office manager at Lincoln Elementary, and her principal. Ms. Enriquez joined SAUSD in 1988 at Lincoln Elementary School as an instructional assistant. In 2001, she promoted to school office assistant, and in 2002, she advanced to the role of school office manager, a position she continues to hold at Lincoln Elementary School. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite up Victor Ugalde, who is our plant custodian at Godinez Fundamental, and also Mr. Church. Mr. Ugalde joined SAUSD in 2009 as a classified substitute custodian. In 2011, he was hired as a custodian at the Fairview site before transferring to Godinez Fundamental High School in 2014. In 2017, he was promoted to lead custodian at Godinez Fundamental High School, where he continues to serve. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite up Denise Ramirez from Nutritional Services, lead satellite and Santiago Elementary, and also Mr. Josh Goddard. Oh. There you go. Who's also joined by her principal. Denise Ramirez joined SAUSD in 2000 as a food service worker at Willard Intermediate School. In 2009, she was promoted to food service supervisor elementary, now titled Nutrition Services Lead at Satellite at Washington Elementary School, where she continues to support student nutrition services. Next, I would like to invite up Maribel Baca Blancas, Site Coordinator, Expanded Learning at Diamond Elementary, who will be joined by her principal. Maribel Baca Blancas joined SAUSD in 2017 as an after-school instructional provider at Diamond Elementary School. In 2022, she was promoted to site coordinator with after-school programs at Diamond Elementary School, where she continues to serve students and families. Next, I would like to invite up Dora Saldana, student support paraprofessional at Harvey Elementary School, with her principal, Steve Katsubo. Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. ¿Qué fue cargar tu trofeo? Thank you. Gracias, mi amor. Thank you.
They're stealing the show. Ms. Saldana began her career with SAUSD in 1997 as an instructional assistant, bilingual at Harvey Elementary School. She later served as an instructional assistant for the severely disabled at both Harvey and Jefferson Elementary Schools, and continues her dedicated service supporting students at Harvey Elementary School. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite up Mr. Vincent Gonzalez, please, District Safety Officer at Santa Ana High School. Mr. Gonzalez began his career with SAUSD in 1984 as a custodian. As a custodian at Hoover Elementary School. Throughout his years of service, he has held several positions, including custodian at Fremont Elementary School, floor maintenance worker in building services, plant custodian at Garfield Elementary School, and Lathrop Intermediate Schools, and currently serves as our district safety officer at Santa Ana High School.
Okay. So I want to welcome everyone, all of the folks who were recognized, to come on up and take a group photo with our board and our superintendent. And on behalf of the board, just want to say thank you. I think there's about 8 folks who were recognized tonight, and I think about the thousands and thousands of employees that serve our students. So really, it's not something that's missed on us up here. What an honor. What it says about you as individuals and the love and the years of service you've poured into our students and our school sites. So really hope that you're soaking in this moment of pride, great pride, and your school communities and families are here to celebrate you, and we would love to take a group photo at this time.
May we invite up the certificated employees of the year with their families to take a picture with the board, please? Certificated. And administrators. We would like to invite up the families and the administrators of all of these certificated employees of the year. Certificated. Thank you very much. And our staff will guide you to our reception. Next, we'd like to invite up our classified employees of the year with their families and their administrators and their friends.
Okay, congratulations, everyone. We will now take a 10-minute recess to a short reception in honor of our employees of the year so that we can celebrate together. Thank you. Okay, we will now reconvene the regular board meeting. And next, we have Dr. Perez with the superintendent's report when you're ready.
Thank you, Board President Brazier Aceves. My heart is full. Honestly, I reflect on, my first full year as superintendent school year, and just all of the celebrations and the family affair, really, that it is. I think about folks that were recognized tonight as some of our employees of the year, and thinking about an event we were at last week with the Top 100 and how those very same families were there and were celebrating their children. That's a special, special thing, and it really is what makes Santa Ana so beautiful. And so I just wanted to share that. That was on my heart before I get into the recognitions of some of our employee groups that we were not able to get to the last board meeting. And so I do want to celebrate our National Teacher and Certificated Support Staff Appreciation Week that was May 4th through May 8th. And it is with gratitude, again, always with gratitude for all of the things that people do, show up every day to serve our community, to serve our students, to serve our children, and make sure that they're cared for and that they're learning and that their environments are such that they can accomplish all of the amazing things that we've been so blessed to hear about and see even tonight with our students from Godinez being recognized for their outstanding performance of In the Heights to our Top 100. That all happens because of the support that our students are getting in the folks that are around them day in and day out, including our teachers, including our nurses, including our school police officers, our mental health providers, our speech and language pathologists. So all of the folks who make the wheels turn, and that includes our classified employees. Our classified employees, are often the folks who students don't spend the whole day with, but they're their point of contact that is the light for them and brings them joy and, maybe has a funny, something that they share, or just the check-in. And so I just, really want to make sure that as a district we are helping people feel valued, because that's what we want for folks. And that really makes for an environment where people want to come to work and want to continue to add value and bring ideas and say, hey, what about this? How can we reshape that so we're serving our community better? So I do feel very fortunate to be able to celebrate everybody tonight and to actually have the privilege of being able to serve as the superintendent of this district. It means a great deal. And so with that, we will move specifically to our employees of the month. We talked and celebrated our employees of the year. And so some of those folks are actually, they represent employees of the month at some point. And so today, our employee of the month for May, that is our certificate employee of the month, is Diane Nguyen. And she is currently serving as a moderate severe autism preschool teacher at Mitchell Child Developmental Center. So if you will please come on up. Do you see Miss? No? Not here?
She may be in the celebration.
Oh, maybe. All right. We'll keep an eye out. If she comes in, then we'll ask her to come on up. And then we also have Miss Marta Salas, who is our classified employee of the month. And she is a bilingual technician at Mitchell Child Development Center and has been serving there for 36 years. All right. I just was made aware that they are not in this space with us today. Okay. Well, we're celebrating them anyway. All right. And then I will move on to our administrative appointments. We have a few folks here who our board took action to appoint to positions tonight. And with that, it brings me to our first person, our Director of Support Services, who's Kristen Reisberg. Yes. All right.
So I'm going to share a little bit about Kristen, and we are super excited to have you join the team with nearly 20 years in education, with experience as a teacher, instructional coach, assistant principal, district leader, and area administrator, most recently serving as a principal in Brea Olinda Unified School District. And so thank you. We are super excited for you to join the team. And next we have Michael Curtis, who is coordinator of special education. Mr. Curtis has experience in teaching, instructional leadership, school administration, with a background in elementary, middle school, alternative ed, and juvenile court schools as well. So a wealth of knowledge and wealth of experience. We're also glad to have you come on board, and I hope that you guys were able to see our district and just all of the joy and the celebration and love that we do have in our district, and we welcome you, as part of our group and part of our family. Thank you. Coordinator of Special Education, Ms. Escaila Mendoza. Escaila began her career in SAUSD as an early childhood special education teacher, served as preschool assessment team education specialist, most recently as one of our class teachers, that is a certificated learning and achievement specialist, and APL teacher, leading that work here in SAUSD. We are super proud of you, and as one of our own, excited to see you move into this position. Thank you. And last but not least, Jenny Tai, coordinator of student achievement, with more than 20 years in education. Maybe not here. We're going to talk about her anyway. Experience as a teacher, school counselor, and counselor on special assignment. Most recently serving as a counselor on special assignment, particularly focused on AVID, and serving as their district director in Irvine Unified School District. So we are excited to have her come on board as well. And with that, it does move me to just my end of the year message, and I kind of did at the front end. I tend to do that. But just, really wanted to express a lot of gratitude for everything that folks give and that our students give back in return. When we have high expectations and we hold ourselves as the adults to those high expectations, our students are going to meet that and actually go above and beyond. That has been my experience, and I see that every day with our students here in Santa Ana Unified, and again, just really proud of all of the great things that have happened this year, and I really look forward to all the things to come as we plan and build for next year. Thank you.
Okay, and next we have our student board reports. Mr. Abascal, we will begin with you, and you will have 3 minutes for your report.
All right, so we first wanted to shout out some of our high school athletes for their amazing accomplishments. The first one we're going to be talking about is Valley High School student athlete Devin Valdovinos, as he was a 4-time league champion for track this year, and the following events for the 400 meters, the 800 meters, 200 meters, and the 4x4 meter relay. He was named the male athlete and the MVP of the league for track and the MVP of the entire conference. And he will be attending Long Beach State next year and will continue to run there. Our next congratulations is to Century's student athlete Montserrat Santia Silva for her accomplishments in track and field, as she was a CIF track and field champion in the 3200 race in Division 3. She won her event this past Saturday, and she will compete in the track and field masters meet this Saturday in an attempt to qualify for the state championships at the end of the month. She's one of the fastest and the fastest female runner in the history of the city of Santa Ana in both the 1600 and 3200 race. And she was also a Division 4 cross-country CIF champion. She was also a unanimous Orange Grove Conference Athlete of the Year. She has received full ride scholarship to USC to run cross-country and track. Congratulations, Montserrat. We also wanted to acknowledge Maria Ochoa from Saddleback High School, who was also voted as the Athlete of the Year for the Orange Grove Conference after excelling in soccer, track and field, and flag football. In addition, last Thursday on May 14th, we had the privilege of honoring our top senior scholars at the Guarantee Chevrolet dinner. This event honored and serves as a testament to all the hard work and dedication of our seniors in SUSD. I also wanted to just say a few words as this is my last board meeting, and I just want to say it's an honor serving alongside all of you for my term as it comes to an end, and it was nice to serve as one of the first student board members in Santa Ana. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abascal. It's been a pleasure to have you on the board with us. And next we have Ms. Gomez.
Hi, so I just want to start off with our district intermediate school track and field meet. So this past weekend, the district's intermediate school track and field meet was held at Saddleback High School. And overall, Carr Intermediate was the total point winner of the tournament. And we also want to acknowledge the MVPs of each grade level, so here they are. For 6th grade girls, it was Isabela Limon from Santiago. From 6th grade boys, it was Adani Aviles from Mendez. For 7th grade girls, it was Rebecca Ariola from Carr. For 7th grade boys, it was Henderson Peña from Villa. From 8th grade girls, it was Katie Gomez from Villa. And from 8th grade boys, it was Michael Gutierrez from Carr. And lastly, I also want to acknowledge the fact that our ceremony for the Santa Ana Elks Lodge Intermediate Athletics Award Ceremony was held last night, where student athletes were awarded medals for being the top athlete in each sport. Apart from that, the Elks Lodge also issued the Wally Dietrich Scholarship to 2 high school student athletes, Clarissa Rubio from Godinez Fundamental High School and Derek Carrillo from Century High School. This just goes to show that our students, and when they put their mind to it, can really accomplish what they want. And it is important that we acknowledge their accomplishments because they put in all this effort, they put in all their hard work and all their time to really make a difference in our district, for themselves, for their schools, and for students alike.
Thank you, Mr. Abascal and Ms. Gomez. And next, Ms. Quiros, do we have public presentations this evening?
We do. We have 22 public speakers.
Okay, thank you. 2. Okay. So before we proceed, please note the following. The board president will enforce Board Policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with the requirements imposed by that policy, or who interrupts a speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker and his or her message, or which are threatening in nature, she shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, or will be removed by law enforcement pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the office of the superintendent at 714-558-5512. And as a reminder, our staff do keep an eye, if there are families, parents, folks who need to connect more immediately, they are tracking that behind the scenes. So please know that. Speakers will have up to 2 minutes based on the number of speakers. And Ms. Quiros, you may begin.
We will begin with Graciela Lepe, followed by Saul Lara, followed by Leonor Anastasio.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Graciela Lepe y soy mamá de un alumno, educadora, y vengo a felicitar al nuevo sindicato, primeramente, que por fin ya se anunció el resultado hoy. I want to congratulate our new SAEA board members that our results are official, and I'm excited about them working with this team here because I feel like you are both very progressive, community-based, and you're also child-centered, so I'm really excited for that. También felicitaciones a... Yes, English and Spanish. A la maestra Kara Reed, que es, pues le digo, la maestra del pueblo, la maestra de estudios étnicos de Santa Ana High School, por sus 26 años de servicio a su comunidad, que también es parte de la comunidad, y ya se va a jubilar. Gracias, maestra, que está viendo. Pero vengo más primordialmente a hablar sobre la inteligencia artificial en las escuelas, que hasta en las escuelas elementarias están promoviendo y diciéndole a los niños de tercero, cuarto y quinto que lo usen, y pues a las maestras no se diga. Entonces también he escuchado eso en mi entrenamiento y me gustaría que estuviéramos más informados y educados sobre las consecuencias ambientales que nos esperan si seguimos en este camino de la tecnología y inteligencia artificial. No sabemos lo suficiente para estar tirándolo como si no fuera cualquier cosa. Gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos, respetables miembros del board, superintendente doctora Pérez, comunidad en general. Saúl Lara de Franklin Elementary School. Al acercarnos al final de este ciclo escolar, también llega el momento de reflexionar sobre el impacto de nuestras decisiones tienen en los estudiantes y las familias que dependen del sistema educativo todos los días. Este ciclo escolar 2025-2026 ha presentado muchos desafíos, especialmente para las familias de educación especial, y aunque reconocemos esfuerzos y cambios administrativos recientes, también sabemos que todavía existen una necesidad importante de fortalecer la comunicación, la transparencia y la confianza en el distrito y sus familias. La educación especial no puede verse únicamente desde números y presupuestos. Detrás de cada servicio, cada evaluación y cada reunión del IP, existen un estudiante con necesidades únicas y una familia buscando apoyo, estabilidad y oportunidades reales para sus estudiantes. El ciclo escolar no debe ser solamente un cierre administrativo, debe ser una oportunidad para evaluar qué estamos haciendo bien, qué necesita mejorar y cómo podemos construir un sistema más colaborativo y humano para el próximo año escolar. Reconocemos el nuevo liderazgo en educación especial. Gracias, señor Bustamante. Gracias, señora Anderson. Y esperamos que el próximo ciclo escolar refleje acciones concretas enfocadas en servicios adecuados, participación familiar significativa y mejores resultados para nuestros estudiantes. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, members of the board, esteemed Superintendent Dr. Perez, and community in general. My name is Saúl Lara, Franklin Elementary School. As we come to the end of the school year, it's also a moment to reflect on the impact that our decisions have on students and families that depend on the educational system every day. This school year, 2025-2026, has presented many challenges, especially for special education families. And even though we recognize the efforts and the recent administrative changes, we also know that there still is an important need to strengthen communication, transparency, and trust between the district and the families. Special education cannot be just numbers and budgets. Behind every service, every assessment, every IEP meeting, there's a student with unique needs and a family that is seeking support, stability, and real opportunities for their students. The end of the school year should not be just an administrative closure. There must be an opportunity to assess what we are doing well, what needs to improve, how we can build on a system that is more collaborative and more humane for next school year. We recognize the new leadership in special education. Thank you, Mr. Bustamante, Mrs. Anderson, and we hope that the next school year reflects concrete actions that are focused on adequate services, meaningful family engagement, and better results for our students. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leonor Anastasio y hoy quiero hablar del impacto que tuvo mi estudiante por no saber leer a nivel de grado y el impacto para mi estudiante por la falta de comprensión y ayuda por parte de los maestros en informar a los padres sobre las necesidades en la lectura que tenía mi hija y cómo ha afectado su autoestima por no saber leer y ahora es una estudiante con depresión, ansiedad, falta de autoestima porque no entiende lo que lee. Es importante hacer evaluaciones tempranas cuando los estudiantes tienen problemas en la lectura, escritura y matemáticas. Hay que dar seguimiento y ayudarlos en lo que ellos necesitan. Yo me gasté todo el año tratando de que evaluaran a mi hija, pero nunca me ayudaron en la MAFADEN, hasta que alguien me dijo qué tipo de evaluación necesitaba pedir. Esto cambió todo y ahora se perdió todo un año escolar tratando de elaborar un IP adecuado a las necesidades de mi estudiante. También quiero hablar de algunos maestros en el distrito y decirles que por qué es que no siguen los IPs los estudiantes. El distrito tiene que mejorar los entrenamientos para los maestros y que ellos también ayuden a identificar a los estudiantes con dislexia, ADHD o autismo. Y estos estudiantes con una o varias condiciones recibieran a tiempo la ayuda, no habría niños ansiosos, con depresión, baja estima o tratados como agresivos. Nuestros estudiantes también pueden aprender con la ayuda correcta y que los maestros sigan y respeten las adaptaciones de los estudiantes.
Gracias, señora. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonor Anastasio, and today I would like to speak about the impact of my student on not being able to read at grade level, specifically the impact resulting from a lack of understanding and assistance from teachers regarding my daughter's reading needs and their failure to inform her parents about those needs. I also want to address how her inability to read has affected her self-esteem. She's now a student struggling with depression, anxiety, and a lack of self-worth because she cannot comprehend what she reads. It is crucial to conduct early assessments when students experience difficulties with reading, writing, and mathematics. We must provide follow-up support and assist them with whatever they require. I spent an entire year trying to get my daughter assessed, but I received no assistance at McFadden until someone finally told me exactly what type of assessment I needed to request. This changed everything. However, an entire school year has now been lost in the process of developing an IEP that is truly tailored to my students' needs. I also wish to address certain teachers within the district and ask them, why do you not adhere to the students' IEPs? The district must improve its teacher training programs to ensure that educators are equipped to help identify students with dyslexia, ADHD, or autism. If these students, who may be living with one or more of these conditions, were to receive timely assistance, we would not have children suffering from anxiety, depression, or low self-esteem, nor would they be mislabeled as aggressive. Our students are capable of learning, provided they receive the right support, which includes teachers consistently following and respecting the specific accommodations outlined for each student.
The next three speakers are Margarita Gonzalez, followed by Andrea Oceran, followed by Darren Shimasaki.
Buenas noches a los miembros de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Margarita González. Esta vez quiero hablar del impacto negativo de la dislexia, cual va más allá, mucho más allá de la dificultad para leer y escribir. No se aborda adecuadamente, si no se aborda adecuadamente puede provocar problemas significativos en la salud mental, el desarrollo académico, la vida social, el desempeño profesional de quien la padece. Capítulo 5 de la dislexia. Una intervención apropiada para la dislexia utiliza técnicas educativas multisensoriales, estructuradas y basadas en la evidencia, como Orton Gillingham. Cuando se aplica correctamente, mejora drásticamente la decodificación, la fluidez y la comprensión lectora. reforzando la confianza y previniendo la frustración emocional y el aislamiento escolar. Hasta este punto yo no había sentido tranquilidad por los pasados 6 años, desde que supe que mi hija no podía decodificar palabras y por ende no podía leer. Después de años de estar en desacuerdo con la escuela y de presentaciones como esta, finalmente puedo ver el progreso, su interés ha crecido y su autoestima ha incrementado. Ella fue la que dio el saludo a la bandera el día de hoy, el juramento. Y me pregunto todos los días lo que costó el desgaste mental mío y todos los oscuros días sin saber cómo poderla ayudar. La gran diferencia después de 7 meses de intervención y cómo cambia la vida de un estudiante. Esto hago mención porque a veces nos toma mucho tiempo a los padres poder buscar lo necesario para nuestros estudiantes. Y como dije anteriormente, el desgaste de nosotros como papás, donde simplemente ya no podemos ni dormir por tratar de figurar cómo le vamos a hacer y cómo ustedes le dan vueltas en el sistema y nos traen envueltos en un huracán y no nos dan lo que necesitamos, y principalmente a ellos, los estudiantes. Muchas gracias por escuchar.
The negative impact of dyslexia goes far beyond the difficulty of reading and writing. If not addressed properly, it can cause significant problems in mental health, academic development, social life, and professional performance and of those who suffer from it. Chapter 5 of Dyslexia. An appropriate intervention for dyslexia uses multisensory, structured, and evidence-based educational techniques, such as the Orton-Gillingham method. When applied correctly, it drastically improves decoding, fluency, and reading comprehension, strengthening confidence and preventing emotional frustration and school isolation. I had not felt calm for the past 6 years since I knew that my daughter could not decode words and therefore she could not read. After years of disagreeing with the school and presentations such as this, I can finally see the progress. The interest has grown and the self-esteem has increased. And I wonder every day what it cost. It cost my mental exhaustion and the dark days without knowing how to help her. The big difference after 7 months of intervention and how this changes the life of a student. And sometimes we need parents to understand. And my daughter, who is here, she's the one who led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. But we, as parents, sometimes need to find the resources. And we cannot sleep because of that, and we need to fight the system and fight within the system. And we need to support the parents and to support the students.
Andrea Oseray.
Okay. Good evening, board and community members. My name is Andrea Ozeran. I have a master's degree in education and have been a classroom teacher in both private and public schools, specializing in early childhood TK and K for over 3 decades. FAPE law states all children with disabilities are to be given a free, appropriate public education, which applies appropriate supports for the child. Every year, special ed students in Gen Ed TK and K classes receive no services at all during the first and last few weeks of the school year. This practice violates stated services as written in student IEPs. It's a broken system, and let's be honest, every teacher in the district knows this. A Gen Ed teacher is required to sit in on SPED transition meetings, and we do. These meetings are not collaborative in nature, as they should be. The special education teachers make up their minds about placement without taking into consideration realities of a Gen Ed classroom and the level of independence that is required for success. This is not about Gen Ed teachers needing more training, as stated in the district's reply to Ms. Lebsack's important questions regarding current district practice of placing special needs children into Gen Ed classrooms without appropriate supports to be safe, successful, and thrive. It's almost as if they are reading from a script, offering a one-size-fits-all prescription, not tailored to meet each child's needs. This practice is shameful and negates the purpose of an IEP. Doesn't it make more sense to provide a child with maximum levels of support and gradually remove these supports by mainstreaming into gen ed classrooms in small increments? This would be best practice. This is also the most appropriate and humane and logical way, humane and logical way to be in compliance with FAPE law, which current district practice, unfortunately, as described herein, is not. It's about time the district does right by all children they are entrusted to serve. You can't say you haven't been informed. Please do better, Santa Ana. Parents and students deserve it. Teachers are asking for it. Thank you. The ball is in your court now. You're welcome.
Darren Shimisaki.
All right. Good evening, board members and superintendent. First, thank you to Dr. Perez, Mrs. Lebsack, Ms. Magdaleno, Mrs. Brazier Aceves, and Mr. Bustos for responding to my emails and keeping communication open. I look forward to working with you in a more official capacity in the very near future. Tonight, I want to talk to you about misplaced priorities. We are constantly told that declining enrollment means SAUSD doesn't have money for educators. Last year, the district cut over 250 educators without a plan. You were warned it would cause chaos, and it did. We faced staffing shortages and the need for long-term subs, and we're in a cycle again of rehiring teachers who are, again, being laid off. Now, history is repeating itself. We see mass displacements, academic programs like high school speech and debate programs gutted, Muir's pre-gate, and other high-value magnet programs being eliminated. We lost over 5,000 students in the last 10 years to charter schools and hundreds more to neighboring districts. Instead of fighting to keep them, SAUSD is cutting the exact programs that bring families in. The community feels that SAUSD is a sinking ship and that management is protecting its own jobs while sacrificing the classroom. But yet, every board meeting, you are welcoming new district management. We're told there's no money for educators, but yet there's always money for management. We are in an education business, not the administration business. Students need educators, not an endless hierarchy of administrators. Do what is right. Think of your schools and their needs, not hiring more management. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Josue Alvarez, followed by Greg Marzilli, followed by Jose Tapia.
Good evening, members of the school board and the superintendent. My name is Josue Alvarez, and I'm here tonight as a concerned parent. I'm an immigrant from El Salvador, a business owner, and a pro-American. My wife and I are in a crucial point. We are deciding on whether to enroll our son in public school. Our decision lies on whether this institution will respect our religious beliefs and our fundamental rights as parents. We believe that God created us male and female, and the marriage is between one man and one woman. If this school are teaching things that directly upon our deeply held family values, we must find an educational alternative for our son. We understand that a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision strengthened the right of our parents like us. These federal decisions make it clear that public schools must provide advance notice and opportunity for parents to opt their children out of any lessons that substantially interfere with their children's religious development. How is this being communicated to parents and to the community? How is this being communicated to parents with young children who are trying to make informed decisions about schools? Transparency on this issue is not optional. It is a legal responsibility and a matter of respect. We also have been watching these school board meetings, the visible refusal of some board members to place their hands over their hearts during the Pledge of Allegiance. I left my country so my family could have a better life in America, a place where there is law and order, opportunity, and freedom. We are deeply grateful for this country. So our children in Santa Ana Unified is being taught. Thank you.
Hi, guys. Greg Marzilli, Santa Ana High School, coach of your league champion Santa Ana Lady Saints softball team. Go Saints! Also recently elected to the SAA Board of Directors. I thought I had 3 minutes, and I didn't get it in 3 minutes. I'm just going to shoot from the hips. My apologies. The elephant in the room is it's us versus them. For too long, the messaging has been whatever the district does, fight them. Every teacher has been told for messaging for the last 8 years that it's us, them, fight. It's the community. You heard it in the community. Go to anyone who's running for local elected office. Check their socials, and you're going to see we stood with the teachers against the district. We need to stop that. We need to change the perceptions. We need to show everyone that the teachers, the community, the union, we're all pulling in the same dang direction because we're having lowering enrollment. And if we don't step together and start working together, we're all going to lose. And who loses most are the kids we're supposed to be here protecting. Now, how do we do that? I'm going to ask that you guys really think about the TA that you're going to vote on tonight. I want you to table it. Table it to July 1st. Give us an opportunity. I understand Article 18, what you want, but with no definition of misconduct, with no definition of admin review, you're taking due process away from the process. I can only grieve process, and if there's no defined process, there's no due process. And ask your legal with no due process, sending into Article 14 of discipline, where the state Supreme Court of California in Morrison versus the California Board of Education said the cited ed code we have in our Article 14 says it's being used too broadly to fire teachers, and we're setting up a funnel to do that. I understand the spirit that you guys want, but it wasn't executed well. Please look at it. I'm not going to talk about the $6 billion that was found for education. That's new funding. We could find something for maybe those teachers that are on their way out. Please start working with us. Please start changing the perception that it's an us versus them. We need to get together. We need to pull together, or our kids are going to lose.
Good evening, board members, cabinet. My name is Jose Tapia. Me being up here is a bit bittersweet. This is my last time coming up here as teacher at Lathrop Intermediate. My next school board meeting will be as the president of our teachers union. And for the longest time now, I've been wanting to come in here and highlight some of the programs and events that I've been to in the past couple of months, because it's really difficult to sit at home and listen to the school board meetings. And I really need to emphasize and give props to the different educators of our school district who every weekend, day in, day out, during the week, volunteer their time. So back in March 28th, I attended the GATE Symposium. I volunteered to help out with that. So I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Nereida Prado and her team, the FACE team as well, for putting on an amazing event. A lot of kids participated, and just seeing the reactions when they fired off rockets for the first time was amazing. So I hope you guys keep that in mind next year as well, so we keep doing it and keep exposing our students to such programs. Also, Math Field Day happened on May 2nd. I just want to give a shout out to Nicolina Petrova and her staff, and again, the FACE staff for putting this together, and to all the teachers who volunteered. Some of the ones that come to mind, Dr. O, they did such a great job on that day. And also to our teachers at Lathrop, Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Wendy Tamala, and also Ms. Ludine Hernandez for putting on and supporting our students. Also, we had a robotics competition on May 16th, this past weekend. We hosted at Lathrop. Mr. Luna, Mr. Flores, and CT put on an amazing event. And also, lastly, I want to give props to Mr. Damon Voigt for this past week, and also Mr. Torrance Lee and all the coaches who volunteered and all the parents who came out to support. I just want to say our district is loaded with talent, a lot of talented students, and that was on display this past Saturday. So I just want to say thank you also to the board members who came out to support the students. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are William Panter, Jessica España, and Naye Morales.
Is it 2 minutes or 3? It's down to 2.
Board members, I'm Will Panier for Bishop Inc. Bishop was the low bidder on the Mitchell CDC roof replacement at $306,000. Yet the proposed award has been is going to CI Services at $329,000. This cost the district an extra $23,000, which obviously there are other purposes that $23,000 can be put towards. And there's no legal basis for this. That's why Bishop protested and why we're here tonight. Bishop was disqualified for lacking AB 2031 pre-qualification. That determination is wrong for two reasons, either one of which justifies the awarded contract going to Bishop. First, the dollar threshold, AB 2031, as codified at Public Contract Code Section 20111.6, applies only to projects of $1 million or more. This project is less than $400,000. So before the board votes, we urge you to ask the district to explain why the statute applies at all. If it's not $1 million project, the pre-qualification requirement has no legal foundation. Second, even if the statute would apply based on funding, it does not cover roofing contractors. Public Contract Code Section 20111.6, by its express terms, limits pre-qualification to general contractors and MEP subcontractors, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. It identifies the specific covered license classifications, C4, 7, 10, 16, 20, 34, 36, 38, 42, 43, and 46. C39, roofing is not on that list. This is a roofing-only contract. No general contractors, no subcontractors. The statute does not apply. Bishop is a highly experienced roofing contractor who read the invitation to bid, read the statute it cited, consulted PQ bids, and reasonably concluded AB 2031 pre-qualification is not required for this roofing contract. That is a rational, correct reading of the invitation to bid and the law. We urge that the recommendation for award be reconsidered and that you ask the district to explain the application of Public Contract Code Section 20111.6 under the invitation to bid in the law. The proper word is to Bishop, not CI Services, saving $23,000.
Jessica?
Buenas tardes a todos. Me presenté ante esta mesa directiva a principios de este año para solicitar una investigación bajo la Ley Williams sobre estudiantes a quienes se les estaba negando acceso a libros de texto, currículo y maestros capacitados. Una de las escuelas con este problema fue Madison Elementary. La directora de la escuela, como representante del distrito, tiene muchas responsabilidades, entre ellas asegurar que los estudiantes y los maestros tengan los materiales y la capacitación requerida. Los estudiantes de la Madison estuvieron durante más de 3 meses sin acceso a un currículo de ciencias ni a un maestro capacitado en él. Eso no es un pequeño descuido, eso es una privación educativa y a esos estudiantes se les debe educación compensatoria por esta razón y más. El programa de 6º grado de Madison no cuenta con un horario de periodos en bloque y sus minutos de instrucción son diferentes a los de otros programas de secundaria en NSAUSD. Los estudiantes no tienen acceso a educación física diaria ni a una clase electiva diaria. Me voy a brincar. A la directora se le ha dicho por los padres, la directora le ha dicho a los padres que no hay fondos suficientes para ofrecer ciertos apoyos. Esa declaración se ha hecho ante más de un padre frente a un director de educación especial. Cuando eso se le dice a un padre de un niño con discapacidad, resulta profundamente preocupante porque no es una excusa legal para negar FAPE. También demuestra cómo una persona con autoridad del distrito puede hacer estos comentarios a los padres con confidencia, sabiendo que los padres no conocen sus derechos ni el proceso de educación especial muy bien. Los padres también han reportado que se ha acercado antes y después de la escuela firmar documentos de IEP sin una reunión de IEP. En nombre de la comunidad de Madison, exijo que esta mesa directiva tome estas preocupaciones en serio. Solicito la remoción de la directora de Madison Elementary, Sara Marín, y le pido muchas gracias.
Good evening to all. Earlier this year, I came before this board to request a Williams Act investigation into the denial of access to textbooks, curriculum, and training teacher for students. One of the schools with this issue was Madison Elementary. The school principal, as the district representatives, has many responsibilities, including making sure that students and teachers have the materials and training required in their school. Madison students sat for more than 3 months without access to a science curriculum or a teacher trained in that curriculum. That is not a small oversight. That is an educational deprivation, and those students are owed compensatory education for this reason and more. Madison's 6th grade program also lacks block period schedule, and its instructional minutes do not align with those of other SAUSD middle schools. Students do not have access to daily PE or a daily elective. The principal has told parents that there is not enough funding to provide certain supports. That statement has been made to more than one parent, even in front of a special education director. When this is said to a parent of a child with a disability, it is deeply concerning because it is not a lawful excuse to deny FAPE. It also shows how a person with district authority can confidently make these comments to parents, knowing that the parents do not know their rights or the special education process. Parents have also reported being approached before and after school to sign IEP documents without a properly held IEP meeting. On behalf of the Madison community, I am demanding that this board take these concerns seriously. I'm calling for the removal of Madison Elementary Principal Sarah Marin.
Hello, my name is Naya Morales. I'm a proud SAUSD parent who's volunteered countless of hours at John Muir Elementary School, MacArthur Intermediate. I'm here to speak on behalf of my daughters and female sports programs. As you see behind me, there are 4 girls, athletes. You guys are students. You know what it is to have student athletes. You congratulated those athletes who participated in CIF. As a parent, my husband and I work extremely hard to provide for our daughters the opportunity to train against other female athletes. Our girls dedicate countless of hours training with discipline and sacrifice in hopes of competing at college level one day. Their success has to be earned, and it's not handed to them. This past Saturday, one of our students, Montserrat, which you announced, competed. But just like her, many other girls competed this past weekend, and many of those girls did not earn their position, did not earn what they work for, because one male student who decides to identify as the girl, who decides to dress up as the girl, put on makeup as the girl, won across the board the medals that those girls worked hard for. That is not fair. That is stripping them of their hard-earned work. Us as parents know what it is to work hard. Our girls, college-level athletes, know what it's like to get there, and it's not fair for a boy to come and take that away from them, rob them of their right of what they've earned and worked hard. However, their hard work is overshadowed and diminished by this boy. These girls were not only denied their fair competition, they were humiliated. This is not equality. This is not fairness. This is a matter of common sense. Protect our girls.
Our next 3 speakers, Eleni Morales, followed by Genesis Morales, and followed by Madison.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Eleni Morales. I am an 11th grader student at Segerstrom High School. I'm 16 years old and I play softball and flag football. Firstly, I'd like to give thanks to God for this opportunity and to our board members for the time I'm given. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and the many girls in this district, city, and county who dedicate countless of hours to compete in athletics. As I've said, I play flag football and softball, all at a highly competitive level. And like many female athletes, I work extremely hard to earn my place. Girls' sports exist to provide biological females the opportunity to compete on a fair and level playing field. Even among girls, competition is already challenging. Some of us are taller, shorter, stronger, faster, but we all compete within the same goal and biological category. That balance is what makes girls' sports fair. When biological males are allowed to compete in female sports, that balance is broken. The biological difference in strength, speed, and power create an uneven playing field, regardless of what they identify as. This is not about hate or exclusion. It's about fairness, safety, and equal opportunity for female athletes. My parents sacrificed a great deal so that I can play sports at a level that will allow me to earn a college opportunity. Many girls here have the same goal. Allowing biological males to compete in girls' sports threatens those opportunities and undermines the hard work, discipline, and sacrifices us as female athletes make every day. Often like training early in the morning or late at night and behind the scenes where no one sees. This concern is not hypothetical. On May 16th at a California regional final, a transgender athlete from Jurupa Valley High School placed first in multiple girls' track and field events governed by California Interscholastic Federation. I'd just like to say to your board members, what you guys think is right. Where do you guys draw the line for us as female athletes and for these people that identify as males? Keep us safe and do what's right. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you board members for your time. My name is Genesis Morales. I am a 14-year-old. I will be reading a poem by an unknown poet. I am not a dress. We are women. We are warriors of steel. Woman is something no man will ever feel. Woman is not a skill that any man can hold. Woman is our word, and it is ours alone. I am not a dress to be worn on a whim. A man in a dress is nonetheless a him. Women are not simply what we wear. If this offends you, I do not care. I am not an idea in any man's mind, and my purpose in life is not to be kind. So when my rights are trampled every day of the week, I will not stand by being docile and meek. I am not defined by sexist eyes. There is more to a woman than shallow guys. The guise of dresses, bikinis, and skirts. These clothes are not what womanhood is worth. I am not a turf, a slag, hysterical, a witch, a slut, a hag. No, I am a woman. I am a female who will not her rights be put up for sale. I am not defined by what men are not. So to hell with cis misogynistic rot. I am a woman. I am not a subset of my sex. If this makes me a dinosaur, so be it. I'm a T-Rex. I am not a bleeder, nor a menstruator, a womb carrier, or a uterus haver. Those words and phrases are such a sham. Just call me a woman. It is who I am. We are women. We are warriors of steel. Woman is something no man will ever feel. Woman is not a skill that any man can hold. Woman is our word, and it is ours alone. A thing of beauty, and I'm not even a feminist. I can, however, imagine what it's like to be a woman these days, when the patriarchy is literally taking over womanhood by becoming women themselves. Thank you.
My name is Madison Miner. I'm a former SAUSD employee. I'm a former professional athlete. I am a mother of 4 children, one of which is a little girl. I played professional soccer in Brazil for the same club the late Pele played for, called Santos FC. I understand the sacrifice, the discipline, and dedication required to compete at an elite level. Tonight, I am speaking for a young woman from Century High School named Maritza Lara. Maritza is a senior. She trained, sacrificed, and competed for the opportunity to advance in CIF competition. She earned 11th place. But because a biological male competed in the same division and took a qualifying spot, Maritza was pushed out of the top 10 and denied the opportunity to continue competing. And now her high school athletic career is over. She will never get another senior season. She will never get another chance at that moment. She will never get back the opportunity that she earned. As someone who competed professionally, let me explain something that every athlete already knows. Biology matters. I married a nerd, a complete engineer. I took him on in a 1v1 tournament when I was at the peak of my athleticism, and he kicked my butt. He was skinny but fast. He was skinny but strong, and he pushed me off the ball, and he beat me, even though his technique was abysmal. That is not hate. That is not politics. That is reality. And yet this board supports policies stating that gender nonconforming students may access locker rooms, sleep in cabins, and participate on sports teams according to gender identity rather than biological sex. Parents are looking at these policies, and they should question, who is protecting my children? Board members Brazier Aceves and Bustos, you support these policies. Shame on both of you.
Our next three speakers are David Bolog, Mary Davis, and Myra Reese.
Good evening, Board. I want to thank you for your service to the community. Being a school board trustee is no easy task. Regarding item 16.1, why would anybody disagree with a teacher getting a raise? We already know teachers in public schools are not getting financially rich from the profession, yet we must closely look at the district finance and ask, can the district afford to grant a raise this year? Well, you may be able to at the moment. The state budget is not settled, and we have no clue which way the stock market will go. How that market does and the capital gains tax that the state collects decides what the state budget's going to be. From that state budget is what gives you the 39% number for K through 12 education, which decides what Santa Ana Unified School District budget will be. If you grant the raise and the budget decreases, that means more layoffs next year's. There's not only the budget, there is enrollment. Enrollment seems to be on constant decrease. Why? Besides the obvious decline in birth rates, let's also look at the fact parents less and less trust their children to public schools. Parents with school-age students look to either leave the state or homeschool their kids. Why the failing trust? Look no further than the policies and legislation that the Santa Ana Education Association, affiliate organization, the California Teachers Association, has supported and lobbied for. Policies and law which has proven to be dangerous and harmful to students. Policies that if I had children today, I would not allow them to be educated in a California school. Take, for example, the Healthy Youth Act, which brings in contractors to teach 7th graders they can be born in the wrong sex body, that they can change their sex, which is an impossibility. The Opportunities in Success Act, which allows students to participate in sex-based programs based on the student's self-identified gender, meaning a boy that claims he is a girl and by law must be allowed in the showers with the girls after he's changed their clothes with them and dominates them in what's meant to be girls' sports. This is not only highly unfair but dangerous to girls who are taught by CTA members that even if they are uncomfortable with male in their private spaces, they must accept that boy in their sex-based activities. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Mary Davis here I'm the founder of the Public Education Oversight Project, and I'm here tonight to highlight deep concerns about Board Policy 5145.31 and similar policies. To realize how serious the consequences of this, we only have to look to Colorado, where an out-of-state field trip, school-related, led to a 11-year-old girl being assigned to share the same bed, not the same room, the same bed with a biological boy. This was behind her parents' back and without any consent or knowledge from the girl. I'm asking this district, in light of this, to conduct a robust parental engagement campaign about these types of policies. This is more crucial, made so more crucial in light of the rulings like Mahmoud v. Taylor or Skermeti. Many parents are unaware of the stealth nature of gender identity supports from the school districts, that their parenting can actively be undermined by staff and teachers who are supposed to be in loco parentis. Schools should always be temporary caretakers, not ideological underminers of parental authority and family values. This leads to my next issue. Please uphold Title IX in its true intent. My generation fought hard for it. Sadly, I've watched it be eroded in the past decade. A girl should never be expected to have to compensate for the behavioral health issues of boys. That is a transference of burden. I was at an event and I heard a female coach buy into this nonsense. She said that the trans issue is a distraction. It is attitudes like that that need shifting. There is a profound societal ripple effect, loss of privacy, safety, compelled speech and pronouns, hiding things from parents, and now even women being sexually assaulted in prisons. Quit guilt tripping, and for the girls, stand up for your rights. Do not accept this. Do not be guilt tripped, gaslit, bullied, or.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't take it.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mayra Ruiz, soy una madre, empresaria y una persona que cree profundamente en la igualdad, las oportunidades y en proteger a la próxima generación. Estoy aquí esta noche porque este tema es personal para mí. Tengo una hija que juega voleibol y he visto el nivel de sacrificio que hacen las atletas femeninas, las madrugadas, las prácticas agotadas, el entrenamiento privado, la disciplina, la alimentación, la presión emocional por rendir al máximo. Estas jóvenes trabajan durante años para ganarse sus oportunidades y por eso tantos padres están frustrados. Porque cuando hombres biológicos compiten en deportes femeninos, muchas familias sienten que el campo de juego ya no está justo. Se trata de proteger la integridad de los deportes femeninos y asegurar que nuestras hijas tengan oportunidades justas y seguras para competir. Durante décadas las mujeres luchan por tener sus propios espacios en los deportes, luchan por becas, reconocimientos y igualdad de oportunidad. No debemos ignorar estos sacrificios ahora. Como padres debemos poder hacer preguntas, como madres debemos poder alzar la voz por nuestras hijas y como comunidad debemos poder tener conversaciones respetuosas sin miedo. Yo creo que podemos tratar a cada estudiante con dignidad y respeto, mientras también protejan la justicia y la equidad en los deportes femeninos. Esta noche les pido a la mesa directiva. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Ruiz. I'm a mother, a businesswoman, and a person that believes deeply in equity and opportunities and protecting the next generation. I am here tonight because this is a very personal topic for me. I have a daughter who plays volleyball, and I've seen the level of sacrifice that these female athletes make. And the early mornings, the tiresome practices, training, the private training, discipline, healthy foods, and emotional pressure for giving their best. These these young people work hard for years to earn their opportunities. And this is why so many parents are frustrated, because when biological men compete in female sports, many families feel that the playing field is not fair, is no longer fair. It's about protecting the integrity of female sports and ensuring that our daughters have fair and safe opportunities to compete. For decades, women fought to have their own spaces in sports. They fought for scholarships, recognition, and equal opportunities. We should not ignore these sacrifices now. As parents, we must be able to ask questions. As mothers, we must be able to speak up for our daughters. And as a community, we should have respectful conversations without fear. I believe that each student, that we can treat each student with dignity and respect, while we also protect justice and equality in female sports. And tonight, I want the board to listen to these voices.
Next, we have Kelly Cruz, followed by Bas, followed by Patty Cavada.
Right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kelly. Thank you for your time today. I wanted to address a matter that's affecting biological female athletes, and I want to know how this school district will protect our female athletes, those that work hard, practice each day, and earn those titles and want to earn those titles fairly. I speak tonight as a mother and as a concerned parent for the future, and as a former varsity athlete a long time ago in the Orange Unified School District. I swam butterfly as a short girl in the Orange Unified School District and as a Latina. And as you know, to really get far in swim, you have to be tall and long. And I was shorter than most of my competitors. And in butterfly, you really need length and speed. And that was a disadvantage I was born with, okay? I can't change my height, but I trained hard, I competed honestly, and I accepted the reality of my category. That's what sports teaches us, to face your limits, work hard, and earn your place fairly. In March 2026, the International Olympic Committee announced a new eligibility policy for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games, limiting women's events to biological females. The IOC stated that this decision was based on scientific research showing that male puberty creates lasting physical advantages in strength, speed, endurance, and power that affect fairness and safety in women's competition. I do understand this board's hands are partially tied by CIF Bylaw 300D and California state law, but the federal government has now found California in violation of Title IX, and the highest athletic body in the world has spoken clearly on the importance of protecting fairness in female sports. So tonight I'm asking two things. First, require an immediate legal review of your district's obligations under the active federal Title IX against California and CIF. Know where you stand and what protections you can extend to your female athletes right now, like Maritza Lara. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los que están aquí, los miembros del distrito. Yo aquí estuve como presidente de padres de familia del programa Inmigrantes por 4 años. Antes no se daba esta bandera de colores aquí. Como representante de mi comunidad hispana, estoy aquí para informarles a los padres de familia que este distrito de Santa Ana están de acuerdo en permitir los jóvenes que son hombres a competir en los deportes junto con las mujercitas. Esto es una corrupción que se ha expuesto desde hace tiempo, pero este distrito ha ignorado lo que los padres y la comunidad no estamos de acuerdo. Nuestros hijos son nuestra herencia y es nuestro deber protegerlos de esta situación tan corrupta. Le pedimos al distrito que por favor respeten a los jóvenes, a los atletas y no permitan a ningún hombre que compita con ellas. No queremos el socialismo ni queremos el comunismo. Cuidemos a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestros niños, porque ellos son la generación del mañana. Así es que fuera la corrupción y fuera el socialismo y comunismo. Gracias, que tengan una feliz noche.
Good evening. I've been here before. I was the president of the Migrant Education Program, and we didn't used to have that pride flag flying here. Good evening. As representatives of my Hispanic community, I'm here to let the parents know that the Santa Ana School District are in agreement with allowing male youth to compete in sports next to young women. This is a corruption that has been exposed for a long time, but this district has ignored what the parents and the community, that we are not in agreement with this. Our children are our heritage, and it is our duty to protect them from this corrupt situation. We ask the district to please respect the female sports youth, and not to allow any men to compete against them. We are not for socialism. We are not for communism. We need to care for our youth and we need to care for our children because they are the next generation. Out with corruption, out with socialism.
Good evening, Board. My name is Patricia Cavada, and I'm standing here as a woman, a biological woman, for those of you that can't tell the difference. I'm asking the Board to please take a look at Title IX. I'm asking you to start respecting biological girls exactly for who they are, as girls. I'm asking this Board to stop excluding heterosexual children. Because what I've noticed from this Board is that you push a lot of LGBTQ stuff, and the children that don't fall into that category are demonized. When biological girls are forced to play with boys, biological boys, a lot of them, they play along to get along because that's what they're being groomed to do by people like some of you sitting on this Board. A lot of these young girls, athletes, that train very hard for their positions on their teams. They don't use their voices in the way that they want to out of fear because they don't want to be called a bigot. They don't want to be called transphobic because that's what a lot of you adults sitting up on this Board, that's what you push towards adults, and it trickles down to the kids. So these girls that don't want to play with biological boys, guess what? That's what they're called when they speak up and use their voices. Aren't we supposed to be empowering girls? How are we empowering them by telling them to stay silent? We're not. We're making them become women that none of you on this Board would ever want to become. Weak. So I'm asking you, this Board, please respect Title IX. I've traveled to a variety of meets, and I've spoken to many athletes. These girls are afraid. Please do the right thing and go to these meets and talk to these girls.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Because you don't like to hear the truth.
Lastly, we have Gail Oliver.
Ma'am, point of order. We need to continue with the speakers list. We have one last speaker. Is that right, Ms. Quiros? Okay, thank you.
All right. Greetings in the name of Jesus. I am Gail Oliver, pastor and overseer of a Christian church located here in Santa Ana. And I do believe that Superintendent Perez wants the best for our children, for our kids and family here in Santa Ana. So I do pray for you, my sister. I pray for everyone in here. I pray for God to really open our ears to hear what thus says the Lord and open our eyes to see what's real and what's true and how we need to protect our children. So I do pray for Dr. Perez because I know what you're doing is very hard. There are many responsibilities and decisions to be made. People are pulling on the left, people are pulling on the right. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I'm asking that no matter what type of directives you get from Sacramento, always trust your God-given common sense. Sacramento passed a law, AB 230, called the Menstrual Equity Act. This law says that free menstrual products must be provided not only in women's restrooms, but also in men's restroom in schools. The law says tampons must go into at least one boy's restroom starting in third grade. What are 8-year-old boys going to do with free menstrual products? Does this sound like common sense to you? Because it doesn't sound like common sense to me, and it sounds like people running our state government have lost their minds. 1 Corinthians 3:19 says, "For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight." Board members, what will you do? Are you going to obey this idiotic state law and ignore communities, values, and the voice? And from Birmingham Jail, Dr. King wrote, one has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws.
Conversely, one has moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Putting menstrual products in boys' bathroom feeds the lie that boys can menstruate or even give birth. It is an insult to our Santa Ana families and to our culture.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
insult
sir.
to God, our Creator.
Thank
So may
you.
we do the right thing. God bless you.
This concludes public presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros. I want to thank all of our district parents and students who came out to speak tonight. And at this point of the meeting, we will now move on to our consent calendar. So before we move to the consent calendar, I want to briefly share the process we'll use. Each board member will have up to 1 minute each with one round to discuss items pulled from the consent calendar. So this adjustment helps ensure we manage our time effectively while allowing for meaningful input. And this is aligned with our conversations we had during our board governance workshop that ultimately was outlined in our governance team handbook and the feedback process that we committed to as a team, as a governance team. Okay, so with that, do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from consent calendar, items 12.1 through 12.18? You can put yourself on the speakers list. Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I want to pull 12.2, 12.3, 12.7, 12.8, 12.10, and 12.16.
Ms. Lebsack, can you repeat that? 12.2, 12.3, what was next?
12.7.
Okay.
12.8.
Okay.
12.10, and 12.16.
12.16, okay. Okay, anyone else? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll at this time move to the remainder of the consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second? Second. Okay, let's prepare to vote. We'll start with our student board members. Okay, with a 2 yes vote, student board members, with, and then we'll move on to the the remainder of the board. Okay, we missing somebody, Dr. Alvarez? Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. So we'll go to the items that were pulled for discussion. Ms. Carina, we can go ahead and start with, Ms. Quiros, we can go ahead and start with 12.2.
12.2, approval of extended field trips in accordance with Board Policy 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulations 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulations 6153.1, extended school-sponsored trip, and Board Policy 5145.31, transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students.
Okay, and anyone wishing to speak can get on the speakers list. Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, due to this Board Policy 5145.31, I do agree with the speaker that this is a huge liability issue, and she even gave an example in Colorado. Thank you for that. I do also want to bring out that last year I asked for how much money we spend on overnighters. Last year we spent $1 million sending students and chaperones to overnighters. I think that's something we need to look at. The other thing is, regarding overnighters, due to this policy passed by board members Hector Bustos, Brazier Seves, it fails to protect our girls, and so I will continue to vote no on overnighters until our girls can be protected.
Okay, hearing and seeing no other folks on the speakers list, we can go ahead and vote. We'll start with our student board members.
I'm sorry, did you get a motion in a second?
Oh, I did not. Thank you, Ms. Quiros. So with that, can I please get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Now we can proceed to vote, starting with our student board members. we can go ahead and, if you already voted on the last round to our student board members, you can. Okay, with the 2 student board members abstaining, and we can pull up the voting for the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 4 yes vote, with Ms. Lebsack voting no, motion carries. Can move to 12.3, Ms. Quiroz.
12.3, approval of the 2026-27 designation of California Interscholastic Federation representatives to league.
Okay, can I get a motion and a, oh, apologies. We can go ahead and open it up. Actually, let's get a motion in a second, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second? I'll second. Okay, discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I just had a question because this is designating people from our district to attend CIF representation. And my question is that do we as board members have access to give input to these CIF representatives?
I want to clarify, so you're asking if you have input to decide who those people are?
No, I think those people are already decided
Okay, I
on.
just wanted to make sure.
Right.
Okay.
My question is, before they go to their meetings, can we give input to them to represent our district or represent maybe just me and maybe the constituents that I represent?
My concern, I just want to, before anyone's, we ask staff to speak, I think as a board governance team, right, this goes back to the daily functions of the district. So that's the role of the superintendent. So superintendent, I'm not sure if you want to add anything, but.
Yes, we do need to refrain from having board members individually, because I want to remind you all, you carry your weight as the 5 of you. That is how you guys give direction to me. I do know where individual people stand on certain things. Obviously, I have conversations with you. But the direction that you give to me comes from the 5 of you, not from any one board member individually.
Thank you.
I guess you answered the question then. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. We can begin with our student board members. Okay, with a 2 yes vote, we'll move to the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 12.7.
12.7, approval, ratification of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025 to 2026 school year.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second? I'll motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I would like to pull number 4, voting on core district consultants that's for $445,000. I'd like to pull that separate for a vote. So I'm making that motion. If anybody wants to second it.
Okay, seeing or hearing no second.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to go ahead and prepare to vote?
Well, are we going to have a discussion about it?
I think you had 30 more seconds. If you want to go ahead, we can put your time back. So we'll hold off on the vote.
Okay, I'm confused. So if I want to pull something out, there's like 6 things in there. If I want to pull one thing out, I just have to vote for the whole thing? No, blanket, instead of pulling one item out? Because you don't want to hear what I want to say about that one item? Is that the deal?
This is consent calendar, so if you did that, these should be items that are pretty routine.
Well,
I don't want to
they're
get
not
too far
routine.
off topic in a conversation about consent calendar.
This is the problem. We have a lot of things hidden in our consent agenda that I think the community needs to hear and know about. We have $500,000 we're spending on consultants with core districts. That's $500,000. That's their tax money. I think they need to know what it is.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and speak to this item too. So if you want to start my minute, and then I'll ask Dr. Perez to speak to this item. It's number 4, I believe, the core districts. Well, really, I guess I'll pass it to Dr. Perez, but this is something that has really, I've had the opportunity to have in-depth conversations with our superintendent over the years on the work that the core collaborative is doing, and it is very much focused on our academic success and has had a great impact in other districts, and we've been making some great strides here. So it's something I'm actually really excited about. But with that, I'll ask Dr. Perez if you could speak or share some thoughts on this item.
Sure. I do want to provide a point of clarity for the community. It is $230,000 for this particular item. I want to make sure that in transparency that we are always talking about what is the facts. So $230,000 for core districts. We have been in partnership with them for quite some time. We are currently working with them on 9th grade on track. The work is happening with almost all of our high schools at this point. And we are using this as a way to ensure that our students do not lose traction and do not, I'm going to say, fall off track when they're freshmen. So to ensure that our graduation rate stays high, that our A through G rate stays high, and that we're continuing to meet those, the CCIs, our college and career indicators, is the work that we are currently doing with core districts. This is academically focused. It is purely academically focused, this particular effort that we are engaged in with core districts right now.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And with that, I'll go ahead and call the vote, starting with our student board members. Okay, with a 2 yes vote, we'll now move to the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Ms. Lebsack voting no, motion carries. 12.8.
12.8, approval of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2026 to 2027 school year.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
I'll go ahead and motion.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, for 12.7, no,
We're on
I'm sorry, 12.8. I know that this is $60,000 for a lobbyist. Now, I actually called the lobbyist, Kevin Gordon, because I just didn't know if we really need to pay for a lobbyist. But when I spoke with him, I was actually convinced because what he was talking about is the Sacramento is really trying to pass a lot of laws to minimize local control and to micromanage local control. And for that reason, I am going to vote yes. I was going to vote no until I talked to Kevin Gordon about this, because there are some things I don't agree with, such as Prop 55. I think we have enough taxes, but I do think that we need to really safeguard and preserve local control. So I am going to vote yes.
Okay, and as a point of clarification, Dr. Perez, can you share with us, I believe this has come up once before, at least at the dais, regarding board members contacting our consultants directly. Again, this is an administrative task, as far as I understand, and those kinds of questions should go through the superintendent from board members, but please, if I'm mistaken, please share.
That is correct. I actually am working with legal counsel right now because other folks who are on this list were contacting us that they were being contacted by board members, and were not feeling real comfortable about that. I mean, just super transparently, and this is something that I am talking with our legal counsel about, so I'm not going to make any further statements about that.
Okay, thank you.
But sometimes I need answers fast.
So I just want to remind folks, we did go through a governance meeting and training together. We have put together a handbook. It's vital to the success of the governance team that we respect each other's roles and respect the role of the superintendent, and not act as one individual as the governing body as a whole. So we just need to be very mindful of that. But it sounds like our legal team will be giving more guidance, and I hope that folks can respect that. Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed to our students' vote. Okay, with a 2 yes vote, we'll move to the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 12.10.
12.10, approval of listing of no-cost community partnership agreements with Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2026 to 2027 school year.
Thank you. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay. Second. Thank you. Discussion? Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I looked up D.D. Hirsch Mental Services, and they utilize gender-affirming care practices, and they have a lot of focus on many genders, non-binary, et cetera. The problem is they're not fulfilling the newest SCOTUS, the Supreme Court decision, which was passed in March 31st, Chile versus Salazar, which is a viewpoint discrimination. So they are not following, according to their website, the most recent Supreme Court directive. And so I will vote no on this mental health service.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, let's proceed to vote with our student board members voting first. Okay. With a 2 yes vote, we can move to the remainder of the board. Okay, Ms. Lebsack? Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Ms. Lebsack voting no, motion carries. Can go to 12.16.
12.16, ratification of purchase order summary and listing of all purchase orders for the period of March 25th, 2026 through April 28th, 2026.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second? Okay, I'll second. Discussion? Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
I just wanted to ask, what is anti-biased education grant? What does that entail?
I will let my colleague answer that question. The report makes reference to different funding resources. So what you're seeing there is a number of purchases that were made with that resource, and my colleague will now talk about that resource.
So some of the resources that we've purchased with this anti-bias grant, maybe like we did a master schedule audit just to ensure that there was equitable opportunities for students. And so that was a large purchase that we did with a consultant who was able to evaluate the master schedule at 3 of our schools and provided some recommendations in terms of how we can improve master scheduling for students to make sure that students that qualify or are eligible to be in some higher level courses have those opportunities, that our English learners have opportunities for designated ELD. So that's just an example of the way that we have used this funding.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other requests to speak? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote, starting with our student board members. Okay, with a 2 yes vote, we'll move to the remainder of the board. Dr. Alvarez? Okay, with the 5 yes vote, motion carries. Okay, so at this time, we have an information item, 13.1.
Williams Settlement Legislation, third quarter report of uniform complaints, 2025 to 2026 fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And next we have our presentation for this evening, which is an early learning overview, which we're really excited about. So I'll ask the team to come on up and get us started, and then we can take questions and comments at the end. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Board President Brazier Aceves, board members and Superintendent Dr. Perez, cabinet and members of the audience. Tonight we are excited to provide an overview of Santa Ana's early learning programs and share how this work is directly connected to our district's priority and long-term student success. The experiences students have in their earliest years shape language development, confidence, social-emotional skills, literacy, and readiness for future learning. Tonight, we will share how SAUSD is building a more coherent preschool through kindergarten system that supports the whole child, strengthens transitions for families, and creates stronger outcomes for students. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Keely Orlando, who is the Director of Early Childhood Education.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Oops, I think I missed a page here. Oh, okay. Yes, good evening, Board President, board members, and community, and Superintendent. I'm very, I'm very tall, yes, and I'm in flats. Okay, let's try this again. Good evening, everyone. Keely Orlando, Director of Early Childhood Education, and I'm excited to be here tonight to present to you a little bit about our early learning programs, an overview. So, let's see, go ahead to the next, oh, I have the next slide, sorry. There we go. So why does early learning matter? Research continues to show us that early childhood matters deeply. 90% of the brain development occurs before the age of 5, which means the early years are critical for language acquisition, emotional development, problem solving, and relationship building. We also know that literacy development begins long before a child enters kindergarten. It begins through conversation, storytelling, play, routines, and interaction with caring adults. Strong early learning experiences improve long-term academic and social outcomes, and early intervention helps reduce future learning and behavioral challenges. So most importantly, this work directly supports SAUSD's academic priorities, Literacy for All by grade 3, English learner progress, college and career readiness, and our goal is to ensure that students enter kindergarten ready to learn, communicate, engage, and thrive. Okay. Priority focus areas. Our early learning work is intentionally aligned to the district's larger vision and framework for the future. The work begins early because the habits, skills, and dispositions outlined in our graduate profile did not suddenly begin in high school. They begin in early childhood. Our 3 district focus areas guide this work. Again, Literacy for All by grade 3, Accelerated English Learner Progress, and College and Career Readiness. These priorities are interconnected and begin with strong foundational experiences in the earliest years. Okay, so in preschool and transitional kindergarten, literacy development is embedded throughout the day. Students engage in daily family literacy activities, language-rich classroom experiences, storytelling, songs, and print-rich environments that help build vocabulary and early communication skills. For English learners, our dual immersion programs support bilingualism and biliteracy through a 90-10 language model aligned with TK in kindergarten. And while college and career readiness may seem far away for our youngest learners, we're already building pathways through our child development CTE pathway, helping students explore careers in early childhood education. This is truly a cradle-to-career mindset. And one of the most important aspects of our early learning programs is our commitment to whole child development. Academic readiness is only one piece of the puzzle. Our programs intentionally support language and literacy, English language development, social emotional growth, math and science exploration, visual and performing arts, and physical health and development. So young children learn through exploration, movement, relationships, and play. Our classrooms are designed to nurture all aspects of development. So currently, SAUSD operates 56 early childhood classrooms across 32 sites and community locations throughout the district. So this broad footprint allows us to ensure families have access to early learning opportunities across the city of Santa Ana. Several sites also offer dual immersion programming, further supporting language development and bilingualism. So this work requires strong collaboration across departments, school sites, and community partners. Our early childhood programs are designed to provide equitable access for families. We serve children ages 2 to 5, and families may choose between preschool and TK programs, depending on their child's needs. Enrollment eligibility factors include income, family size, and need, while also prioritizing students experiencing homelessness, students with disabilities, and CPS or at-risk youth. Importantly, we offer year-round enrollment, and children are not required to be potty trained, helping reduce barriers for families accessing services. Our goal is to meet families where they are and to ensure students receive support as early as possible. Our programs include several models designed to meet varying family and student needs. We offer part-day programs, which offers an AM session and a PM session, three-hour program. We have full-day programs, which operate from 8 to 4. We also offer dual immersion classrooms and inclusion classrooms. And our inclusion model is intentionally creates classrooms with both typically developing students and students with disabilities learning together. So this reflects our commitment to inclusive practices and equitable learning opportunities for all children. Okay, transition. So, next slide. Okay, so as transitional kindergarten continues to expand statewide, SAUSD has been intentionally reflecting on how to create a stronger and more connected early learning continuum. The next several slides outline the work underway to align preschool, TK, and kindergarten into a more coherent system. So why alignment matters? This alignment work is focused on several important goals. The first being strengthening kindergarten readiness, improving student regulation and engagement. Oh, I think I'm off a slide. Supporting smoother transitions for our children and families, creating developmentally appropriate learning environments. We want students to experience consistency, predictability, and support as they move from one learning environment to the next. So this is slide 11. Okay. So this slide illustrates the progression of learning experiences across preschool, TK, and kinder. In early childhood education, students learn through play-based learning, guided exploration, relationship building, and predictable routines. And in TK, we continue supporting the whole child development while gradually increasing developmentally appropriate academic experiences through play-based learning. By kindergarten, students are strengthening academic readiness and independence. So this progression matters because it honors child development while still preparing students for future academic success. When we think about kindergarten readiness, we look far beyond academics alone. We measure readiness across multiple domains, language and cognition, social competence, emotional maturity, physical well-being, and overall whole child development. Students who are able to regulate emotions, communicate needs, collaborate with peers, and engage in learning routines are better positioned for long-term success. So the Early Development Index, or EDI, it helps us better understand kindergarten readiness across 5 developmental domains. So this data is collected by teachers, kindergarten teachers, and used across Orange County school districts as a population level measure. I need to put my glasses on for this finer print. So our 2025 snapshot, which you'll see on the next slide, shows that 39% of Santa Ana Unified kindergarten students are considered on track across all developmental domains, compared to 53% in Orange County. While we still have important work ahead, we're encouraged to see the gradual improvement from 38% in 2022 to 39% in 2025. So the next slide here shows trends over time across the 5 developmental domains. And to orient you to the slide, the green bars represent the percentage of kindergartners who are considered on track in SAUSD. The yellow bars represent the percentage of kindergarten students who are considered at risk. And the red bars represent the percentage of kindergarten students who are vulnerable. The bar graphs on the top left of the page represent the percentage of kindergarten students in SAUSD who are on track across all domains. And the bar graphs on the right show us the same information, but across all of Orange County, and those are the green bars, as I mentioned. The bar graphs shown below, they show the breakdown by domain. So left to right, you have physical well-being, social competence, emotional maturity, language and cognition, and then general knowledge and communication skills. Over time, we've made the greatest strides in the social competence and language and cognition domains, with a 2% and 3% increase in percentage of on-track students. So importantly, this data reinforces why investment in early learning matters. These findings are helping guide our strategic planning, professional learning, classroom design, and family support efforts moving forward. Okay, TK leadership and system alignment. We also want to share an important systems level shift related to TK leadership and alignment. And effective summer 2026, TK will align under early childhood education. This shift creates a more connected preschool to TK continuum and better aligns instructional practices to early learning foundations. The focus of this work is not simply organizational, it's instructional and developmental. This alignment supports whole child development, student regulation, language growth, and social emotional development. The goal is to create more consistent experiences for children and stronger support for staff and families. So why was this shift needed? As we studied our TK implementation, several patterns emerged. We saw high levels of student dysregulation impacting instruction, increased adult support without sustained improvement, and inconsistent implementation of developmentally appropriate practices. This led us to reflect deeply on learning environments, instructional design, adult practices, and systems supporting our youngest learners. The conclusion was clear: we needed a stronger alignment to early childhood practices and a more developmentally responsive model. So as part of this work, SAUSD identified 4 core pillars for TK classrooms. The first is environmental design, and this includes purposeful centers, calming areas, visuals, labels, and a clear classroom flow that helps students feel safe and successful. The second is instructional design. We're prioritizing play-based, highly engaging learning experiences with structured choice and opportunities for student agency. Third is adult practice. We're emphasizing relationship-first approaches, consistent language, and collaborative teacher and instructional assistant teams. Finally, predictable routines. Young children thrive with visual schedules, shared cues, clear transitions, and consistency. These pillars are helping create calmer, more supportive, and more engaging learning environments for our students. So moving forward, looking ahead, this work will continue through several key efforts. First, our TK Summer Bridge program will provide play-based, routines-rich experiences focused on regulation, relationships, and transitions. Second, professional learning for teachers and instructional assistants will focus on environmental design, adult language and co-regulation, and predictable routines in the classroom. And finally, we're establishing essential components for every TK classroom related to environment, instruction, and adult practice. Our goal is consistency across classrooms while still honoring teacher creativity and student needs. So family resources within the early learning programs. Our early learning work extends beyond the classroom. Families are essential partners in student success, and our programs provide a wide range of supports, including developmental screenings, parenting classes, crisis assistance, food and housing support, transportation assistance, and help navigating medical insurance and government agencies. This reflects our belief that supporting children also means supporting families. The Learning Lake program is a Parent and Me program, and it also helps engage families in a child's early development. So this program provides skills development for children ages 0 to 5, parent participation opportunities, developmental screenings, resources and referrals, and family learning experiences like Talking Thursdays, where we have families come in with their little ones and spend the entire session working on language development and how to effectively communicate with your child in a parent and me setting. So this work strengthens early relationships between families and schools while helping identify supports early. So in closing, early learning is one of the most important investments we can make as a district. This work is about creating strong foundations, reducing barriers, supporting families, and ensuring students enter school ready to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. We're proud of the progress being made and remain committed to building a coherent, equitable, and developmentally responsive early learning system for SAUSD students and families. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Orlando. Thank you so much. And I looked at Dr. Perez because I just, as we kind of made eye contact, and I think about you work so closely with the team, and if you'd like to share anything as well, please feel free to jump in because you see the work day in and day out. But as I thanks Ms. Orlando, I want to offer you that opportunity as well. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for that reminder. So I know our student board members just have a few more minutes, so we'll go ahead and open the speakers list to the student board members first. We have Ms. Gomez.
Hi, so I just want to ask for the ECEs, are they offered at every school?
We are located at every elementary school campus with the exception of Greenville, Thorpe, and Ala.
So at those schools, if they don't have ECEs, do we have any other programs that are in place of it that like acts in the same trajectory or like?
Not on those campuses, and it's due to a lack of space. And we often interact with the principals and try to, offer the ability to create a preschool classroom there, but there's been a lack of facilities, and that's the reason.
Okay, just a final question. For those students that don't have access to those resources, are they redirected to any other development centers where they could get them?
Absolutely. We have our enrollment specialists, so if a family calls and say they requested Greenville, we would refer them to the nearest school closest to Greenville.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Any other thoughts or comments before our student board members need to exit? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you again to our student board members, and feel free to exit as you need. And Mr. Abascal, once again, congratulations and thank you for your service. Thank you. Okay. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it over to our superintendent.
Thank you. So, always, things are always a work in progress, but I just want to underscore the work that happens in early childhood education lays the foundation for all things to come. So it is about investing early, and, there's a lot of, I think, energy around how we might best be able to meet the needs of our community, and recognizing that that's ever evolving. Because the needs of the community change, and so we're keeping pace with that. And so tonight, what you saw was, in part, our response to recognizing the changing needs. I heard even public comment today around supports for kinder classrooms and our earliest learners. And so that shift that you heard tonight is actually us responding to the things that families are challenged with and struggling with different behaviors and different types of things that our early learners. I'm just going to say, especially when we're having students on technology at such an early age, that there are things that we are feeling in the educational setting that we're grappling with because of that. And so having students be in that play-based and really like doing so much of the hands-on learning becomes super critical, and the team was able to highlight some of those pieces tonight. So we'll continue to work hard. We know it's what is going to lay the foundation for all success to come in the next, several years. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Orlando, I want to thank you and thank the team. I know also Ms. Barkeen and just your entire team for going out to our classrooms this past year and really spending a lot of time. And so I'll open up to my colleagues on the board, but I'm hoping we can hear more about the work that you did in the classrooms and how that led to a lot of like what's to come in the next steps, and just so our staff know, our teachers know, and our families know that, we hear the feedback, we hear the concerns that teachers are sharing about, just different, it's different times, right, that we have with our little ones and with technology and things like that. And so we are looking at those things, and your team has been very responsive. So I'm really excited for the conversation. And with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues. I see Ms. Magdalena's on our speakers list.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the team who helped work on it. Just a couple comments, right? When I go to school site visits, the number one thing I hear from our teachers and educators, it's if you provide support to our TK, pre-K, we're going to be better off when they come to first, second, and third grade. So please focus on that. So one of the questions I do have, what support are we providing and training our teachers who are teaching in these spaces?
So one of the priority areas we've identified for professional development is social emotional learning. So as I mentioned in the presentation, we're currently developing the PD plan for the upcoming school year, and one of the agencies we're hoping to work with is Conscious Discipline, and we've used that in the preschool programs, and we're hoping to align that with our TK programs as well, to provide that information on, co-regulation, as I mentioned in the presentation, and how to better support students with their social emotional development.
That's great to hear. How often will our staff be getting this type of training or PD?
So at this point in time, we're planning for a 2-day at the beginning of the school year to kick it off. Well, the actual a 2-day intro, if you will, and then the actual consulting will, I believe, they come in September is what we're planning for. So for 2 days, and then we're also hoping to have regular Wednesday trainings to continue those of the work that has already been happening, to build upon that with Orange County Department of Education coming out to work with us on the early learning foundations in each domain area. So to complete that series that they've already started this year.
Great. I also wanted to ask about any community partners in the community that we're working with that are helping us through our ECE programming or curriculum.
No community partners? No community partners at this time.
Okay, thank you. That'll be it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Libsack?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just able to recently go check out Mitchell and then a lot of the site satellites, which some I were familiar with, but one thing I learned is that we have an infant program at Taft. I never knew that. Did you mention that, or I could have stepped out for a minute?
So I believe that's part of the special education department. It's not under early childhood education. We're the general education component for early learning. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll have to go check that out, because I didn't. How long have we had the infant program under special ed, or that's probably not your domain?
I'm not sure how long it's been there, because I don't. It's not under.
It's under Mitchell then.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other board members want to get on the speakers list? Dr. Alvarez?
I wanted to thank you for the presentation. As I looked at the presentation, one of the things that I kept thinking about is that this is a huge undertaking. Every year, the Orange County Social Services publishes the Conditions of Children report, and for as long as I've been reading that report, I read it every year, it's demonstrated that our children are coming are not prepared to enter school. When they enter our schools, they don't have developmental delays, they don't have proper medical screening, they might not have the social and emotional learning that they have. And we're on the right path because we're actually, as I see your presentation, we're actually tackling a lot of those issues that are addressed in the conditions of children report. And thinking about it, that's a huge undertaking because the thing is, our kids have so many needs. And I want to start off with the family resources, all the family resources that you mentioned. And I'm going to mention the same thing that I mentioned when I talk about, when we talked about the more priority of family and community engagement. So the thing is, so for example, one of the things that you mentioned here is parenting classes. But it's not about having parenting classes to say that we're doing parenting classes. It's about measuring it and keeping track so that we know we're having this parenting class. This parent was able to apply what we taught them. The parent demonstrated the ability to use those concepts and stuff like that. So I guess the same question we asked last time. Do we have any plan to measure this? To measure not the numbers, but the effectiveness of this.
So currently, I mean, we do keep track of the numbers in the attendance for our parent education series. And then we have the evaluative piece that we have. We typically do parent surveys to see, you know, if they're more of a satisfaction survey. So I don't know that it's quantifiable, but that's something that we can definitely work on improving.
And I'll chime in on the larger scale, just looking at, and not just Ms. Orlando in your space, but we need to be looking at the effectiveness of all of those things. And I know that this is what Dr. Alvarez is referring to, because we have this conversation, I've had this conversation, that will sit in our family and community engagement board priority area with metrics attached to that so that we can see a level of effort, so what we're doing, and then the actual impact that the efforts that we're putting forth are actually, bringing to fruition for us and for our students. So there will be measurable pieces.
And I think that this comes back to one of the things that I mentioned before. When we did our literature review, we came back with the conclusion: family community engagement is everybody's job. And I think that this is a perfect example of it, that in order for you to provide good quality education, you need to provide all those resources also.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you, Ms. Orlando, for the presentation. I want to begin by just asking what we're doing as a district to actually inform our families that we offer early childhood education.
So we recently conducted a district, citywide actually, marketing campaign. We were on we had several bulletin boards, the giant bulletin boards on the side of the streets. Billboards, thank you, not bulletin boards, billboards, thank you. And then we also had a campaign with our city buses running throughout the entire city, and I believe they carried over into parts of Anaheim and Garden Grove, so we were kind of reaching beyond our own boundaries. We did a district-wide, citywide, mailer we've done that twice now. We did it the first time citywide, I think, 45,000 different addresses were reached, and then we did that again because we recently moved our offices from Monroe Elementary over to Willard Intermediate, so we wanted to make sure that families were aware of that and know how to find us. And then on May 30th, we're doing our annual recruitment event over at Willard Intermediate, so that way, again, so families will have a better idea of where we've relocated, and we can actually welcome them into our offices and enroll them on the spot. So
that's great. Yeah, that's great to hear in these district-wide efforts, right? And I also think about what role each one of our 32 sites plays in also reaching families, and what our principals are doing to be able to reach those families. And we actually have sites that some that are not even at our schools, right? Like the Roosevelt Walker Community Center, like the Warwick Square Apartments, where we actually have people living there, right? And there's families actually living there, and I'm curious about what that outreach looks like, and I hope that's something that you all are also looking at and considering about, just how we're reaching more families, because I think that we offer so much, but I don't think that enough people know about this. And so it makes me happy to hear that there is intentional effort being put behind, reaching families to increase our enrollment for our early childhood education programs. I also wanted to know what our actual enrollment process looks like for those families who are enrolling their children in our district for the first time.
That's a great question. It's very, contrary to popular belief, it's very different from the typical school district enrollment process through ARIES and data confirmation and all that. We have a separate enrollment system, but it's an online system, so families can scan the QR code that's on our flyer. They can come to our offices if they're not tech savvy and they need assistance with the technology piece. So from there, they can upload their documents, the eligibility documents, the birth certificates and their paycheck stubs and proof of address. And if they're not able to do that on their own, they're welcome to come to our office to do it. But there's quite a bit of paperwork involved, but we're very effective in sending out lists so that they're aware once they submit their application online, whether it's through being assisted in the office or through the app. They get an auto reply that states the list of documents that they need. So before you're not done yet, make sure you get all these, the list in, and that from there we move forward and we place them at their school of choice if there's availability.
So enrollment is centralized?
Correct, yes.
And has that always been the case, or were we at a point where we moved to centralizing enrollment from the site level to the district level?
So in Head Start years, they had the enrollment taking place at the sites. There was a smaller program. They only had 6 sites. So there was an enrollment specialist for each site. The way we've done it in early childhood education, and since the programs have merged, we've centralized it in our office, but we've also, I would be very remiss in not mentioning the involvement of the FACE department, because they've been very instrumental in increasing our enrollment as well, because we now have our enrollment specialists go out to the school sites once a month, each school 1 day a month, to be able to meet the families where they are and to meet them, so they don't have to, have transportation to get over to our offices at Willard, and it's been very helpful and successful.
And if I may, I just want to wrap up this point here around enrollment. The reason that I ask these questions is because I want to ensure that our enrollment process is not hindering families from coming to the district, right? And so I want to make sure that we're making the enrollment process as easy as possible for families, and that there are no barriers from getting a child from the moment that one of our parents hears that we offer preschool or TK and whatever they want to enroll their child in, to the moment they're actually in the classroom. And I ask this because I think as we're talking about our enrollment processes and the things and the ways in which we're handling enrollment, and we've transitioned into handling enrollment at the district level, I want to make sure that there's just no barriers, right? Especially it could be disheartening to hear that a parent is upset about facing these barriers or challenges to get their school into TK or to preschool. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily happening, but I don't want that to be the case at any point. So I want to make sure that our processes are clear, because as we're facing a decline in enrollment, really we should be making these processes even easier and more accessible to everybody. And so I bring it up not just for our EC programs, but I think as our enrollment processes overall as a district, just to highlight the importance and making sure that folks know that that is a priority for me. So, thank you.
And I also wanted to add that we are, as far as increasing, strategies for increasing enrollment, we are now serving 2-year-old children. So as early as their 2nd birthday, we welcome them into our preschool programs, and we are actively researching ways to expand that program within the district as well, based on community demands. So, yes.
And Ms. Orlando, to that, I'll go next. So to that last point, can you share that again? You just mentioned.
Yes, so we're now serving 2-year-old children and they're currently in PM sessions in our part-day classrooms, and based on community feedback, we're exploring options for creating full-day 2-year-old classrooms at some pilot sites within the district for the upcoming school year.
Okay, wonderful. We recently had a chance, an opportunity to meet for a quarterly meeting, if you will, and that was one of the things I know I had asked. I had noticed, right? I was like, why we only offer half day? And I intended to bring it up tonight again, so I was so glad you brought this up, and that's great news. What would be the challenges around offering full day? Are there any challenges, or?
It's a smaller group size, so we're only able to serve 12 children in the classroom due to licensing restrictions as far as the square footage and ratios. So the ratio is much lower for a 2-year-old classroom. It's 1 to 4 versus our preschool classrooms are 1 to 8. So that's the only challenge, really. It's the same number of staff, but to serve half the number of children.
And then with that, is there, as far as like the financial aspect of it, has that been a barrier? Is that
the reimbursement rate is not as high for 2-year-old classrooms as it is for a 3 or 4-year-old classroom because of the number of students we're able to serve, but the numbers are close enough to make it worth our effort to meet a community need.
And I don't ask this in any way to sound like I would suggest that we don't offer it, whether it was at a cost to us or not. I'm just curious, historically why we haven't maybe done it. And as we build, is it something that is going to require general funds?
So that would be dependent on what the state, if they change the legislature at this point, because this year was the first year that we served 2-year-olds. It was a new regulation that came out that we're allowed to serve 2-year-olds until the end of the 26-27 school year. And after that, we're not sure what the state is going to say. So if they continue to reimburse us for 2-year-olds, then that would be the path, that we would hope to continue. Otherwise, we would have to look at alternative options.
Well, thank you, and thank you for looking into the full day option for our students and families. I also serve on the Orange County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, and we've been working closely with First Five as well, and they actually mentioned you in our last meeting. And I was like, I know Miss Orlando, but they did share, they share the maps, right? And I think Dr. Alvarez was probably referring to some of that data as well in the Conditions of Children report, but where we see Santa Ana is really a desert when it comes to early child care outside of our school district. And so one of the things, I'll wrap this up, and then I see we have someone else on the speakers list, and so I'll get back on. But one of the things I really wanted to point out to our community and to our staff and our team here, in that space I asked, the ratio of childcare, like private childcare to child, is very low. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but there isn't a spot for every child, and more so in areas like our city. So one of the questions I asked was, what about children with disabilities? Because in that space, right, I want to make sure we're thinking about the various identities, right, of our students and our families that they're navigating. And I was thinking that maybe they were going to say, well, some of these spaces are prioritized for children with disabilities. And it was actually the opposite. What was shared with us was that if a student has a disability, it's going to be almost impossible for a family to get a spot, especially using like the voucher support system, and just how limited the spots are, and finding a placement that will take the student. So if you want to share anything to that, but just highlighted for me how critical it is, the work of our district in ECE to make sure that we have these safe spaces and programs for our students and our most vulnerable students. Especially, you also, I know, had on there housing insecure families and students are prioritized as, and I think students with disabilities.
Correct. So, you may, I'm not sure if you're referring to the private industry childcare.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
then, yes, that makes sense. So with California State preschool programs, we are required to have a 10% set aside for children with disabilities. So there are no barriers for children with disabilities as long as we're able to meet their needs within the classroom.
Okay. And so we don't have any students with disabilities that have been waitlisted or anything like that? That
Not
shouldn't
to
be.
my knowledge, there shouldn't be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. My questions are also related here to special education. How are we actually identifying preschool age children who need special education services? Like, what does that process look like?
So our early identification system is, if you're familiar with the Ages and Stages questionnaire, it's it's an online survey that parents are able to complete, and it's since it's coming from the parent, it's a checklist that they go through, and it's very specific to each domain that we talked about in our presentation this evening. So if there's any indication by the parent that the child might have a developmental delay, then we utilize those results to make the necessary referrals and provide resources as needed based on that.
And then how do educators actually identify that in the classroom? Or how do we do that in the classroom if parents aren't self-identifying that their child has a disability?
So we go through a 30-day observation period, and the teachers are monitoring carefully. And through the DRDP, which is our assessment tool, they're constantly collecting anecdotal notes and collecting a portfolio for each child from the day they step into the classroom. So any concerns that are identified by the teachers, we can refer out. We also, the regional center, obviously we have our school readiness nurses as well that can help us with any kind of medical referrals for vision, or hearing, and yeah. So we.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
Sure.
And then I'm also curious if you can share, I think you touched on it a little bit, but what are our internal timelines for evaluations and, the services that we are referring, students and families out to? Like, what does that look like?
So, as I mentioned, we have a 30-day observation window before we're going to refer any children unless there's something extreme that we're seeing in the classroom. And then, it falls in line with the districts, with Mitchell's evaluation timelines.
Okay. If I can get some more, clarity and just some more information on those specific timelines, that'd be helpful for me as well. And then, can you speak to a little bit about what transitions look like for our ECE programs? For example, a student moving from pre-K to TK or from TK to kinder, like what is that transition? What do those transition periods actually look like for the students and families, and also for like the educators that are taking in these students or sending out the students to the next level?
So part of our grant requirements is that we provide the pre-K to TK or kinder transition experience. So our teachers will coordinate with the TK or kinder teachers at their school sites and basically have a field trip over to one of the classrooms to be able to participate for a short amount of time in the day to see what the new routines would look like as they transition into the next grade level up. So there's some coordination between the ECE and kinder.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And then just finally on this piece, sure. If there's,
Is that okay? Because we might have a few more folks. So, okay. I also wanted to ask another special education related question. So around the inclusion model, I was asking about this before and would love to learn a little bit more about the inclusion model and what our goal is around, is it what I understand, right? Like we would like to increase the number of the classrooms that have this inclusion model, but I'm curious, are there barriers or what are our goals around that?
Around expansion?
Yes.
Of those programs? Well, it would be ideal to, we actually haven't had conversations about increasing the number of classrooms. The barriers are, it would be primarily our licensing regulations and collaborate. So we would, in our inclusion classrooms, we collaborate with Mitchell Special Education Department. So 50% of the children are students with disabilities and 50% typical peers. So in that collaboration, the biggest challenge, as I mentioned, would be our license, because there are a lot of regulations that conflict with IDEA law. So the workaround that we currently have with this particular program is that we don't use state preschool funding for those classrooms, and for that reason, we don't have to have a license, and so we're able to eliminate a lot of the barriers that are just created by compliance issues.
Thank you. And then we discussed metrics. I know, and how are, kind of the conversation, Dr. Alvarez brought up, how are we going to track this? And one of the things I was thinking about is the early development index that you shared about, where the county, is it the county, or through collaboratives with First Five?
First Five Orange County, yes.
Are already tracking some of that data. So I don't know, I'm just curious thoughts, like, is that probably where we would, can we tie in what we're doing in these specific efforts that you've outlined to those outcomes that the county is tracking? I mean, maybe this, maybe this is a conversation yet to be had, but.
No, we utilize the data. In fact, we've presented the data in the past to the FACE department. We've also presented it to the principals and at the site level data, so as well as the district level, so that way they're able to utilize it to do neighborhood projects. We actually receive additional funding from First Five Orange County for specific neighborhoods that are more vulnerable with the EDI data. So that's been very helpful in planning for improving and moving the needle on the data for the EDI.
Okay, I think it'd be great to see that data as we move forward and see how what we're doing and how that ties to what's being assessed. And if not, if maybe we need to also have our own metrics that we're looking at too. And with that, I'll pass it to Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. These are just my final questions here. Can you talk about how we, and maybe whether that's you or somebody from our special education department, but talk about how we're actually supporting parents who are navigating special education for the first time, who might have children who are identified needing services and who will then have an IEP. And the reason I bring this up is because there are a lot of parents who share that they have troubles with IEPs, because IEPs are complex, right? And so what are we as a school district doing to actively support parents and families through the process? Because I do believe that we have a role to play in this. And the reason I bring it up is because when I do site visits, here's just an example. Sometimes when I do site visits, I walk into a classroom, and I walk into a classroom that has more adults than children, right? And that's because there are students who need a one-on-one. And there are a lot of students who have had that one-on-one for many years because there hasn't been a process to fade out that support. Because we really haven't done our due diligence as a school district to have conversations with parents, with educators about what that support actually looks like, and actually what's in the best interest of the child, right? And so I'm curious to just hear what that process and what that support looks like for parents at the very early stages of their child's education.
We'll turn it over to the expert.
So where do we want to start? Do we want to start with infants or our preschool kiddos and the AIDS situation? Do you really want to just dive into AIDS?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be great.
We are looking into the aid situation. What I will say is that it is, it's rough across the state. And so schools are really facing a lot of behavioral challenges, especially post-COVID. So we are now serving children who were isolated during their most formative years, and there are consequences for that. So not making excuses, but just saying that there are some real world things that are happening, and they're not just happening in Santa Ana. If you were to go to any district in the state of California, they would tell you that they have this problem. With regard to our littles, they are largely in our own programs. We do try to create as many peer model programs as we can. That means we invite general education students into our programs so that they have access to their non-disabled peers, because that's pretty much unfunded. There isn't a place for us to put our students. So those are all things that we work on a continuous basis to try to give our students the best opportunities that we can. We are looking at staffing. Our preschool programs are very highly supported right now. But students who are in those programs do have to go through, if they have a one-on-one, it's called a SKIA. So we do what's called a SKIA assessment. What I really would like to focus on in the future are a couple of things. Firstly, we want parents to have a better understanding of what a SKIA really means to a student, because I think a lot of people are under the impression that putting a one-on-one on a student will really improve their performance, and the truth is, in most cases, it does not. There's a lot of adverse impacts of having one-on-ones on students. It inhibits their social interaction with their peers. It creates learned helplessness. It can create a circumstance where an adult just naturally leans into a child and provides all kinds of support. Instead of coaching independence, they're fueling codependence. So those are all things that we're looking at in terms of stopping that over the long term. We're looking at implementing fade-out plans. So when we assess a student to provide that level of care, we want the team to really be thoughtful about what is it going to take for us to get this student to be independent so that they can function on their own. We know that the income trajectory and everything else for students who stay in program too long is diminished over time. And our goal is that our kids, regardless of whatever their unique circumstances are as independent as possible. So even our students with more severe and impactful disabilities, we want them to be able to speak up for themselves, to be able to tell somebody when they're being hurt, to be in supported care and work environments where they are safe because their behaviors are good. Those are the things that we're really starting to have conversations around, but we are looking at a fade-out plan. We also think it might be time to look at 2 different aid models, because we do have students who have very significant health needs and may require a one-on-one because they need tube feeding, they need trachs cleaned, colostomy bags taken care of. Those aren't the sort of things we would want to have our special ed teams have to look at every 2 or 3 months. Whereas for behavioral support needs, we do want them really coming to the table and talking about progress and whether or not the student is meeting the goals, working towards independence. I'm going to say every 3 months would be ideal. So we want to put the aid on the student, and we want to talk about what does the student need to do or demonstrate in order for us to be able to fade out this aid, and we want to have that conversation every 3 months.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for giving us that really in-depth understanding of that. And I want to be very clear that the reason that I brought up the one-to-one was really because it's not that, I'm not saying that we need to move away from that. Obviously not. There are students who really do need this, and I would never want to make any decision or do anything that would negatively impact those students in that family. But I want to go back to the first question, which was like, how are we actually providing and building relationships with families early on who are just new to special ed? Because the reason that I brought up the one-to-one issue is because sometimes we aren't having the best working relationships with families early on, which causes us all the way down the line where, maybe we say, actually, we don't believe your student needs a one-on-one anymore, and then that parent family is going to be upset. Well, why are you taking my student's one-on-one away? right? And so it's like, how are we having these conversations early on about what really is in the best benefit of the child, and what is that? So I just want to know more about what that relationship is early on.
Well, I think honesty is always the best policy in these cases, and one of the things that we haven't been doing on a systemic kind of basis is really having that in-depth conversation about the adverse impacts of special education and any special education support. We're actually mandated under law to share that information with families. So when we do an assessment to determine whether or not a student needs that, we want to make sure we're very honest and forthright with our families about why that's happening. We also want to have them more involved in the process at an early age, where they're where we're partners as opposed to either sages or just trying to keep peace. Right? We're neither of those things. We're collaborators. We are a team that works together to develop a program for a student that is going to get that student performing at the highest possible level that we can get them performing at, regardless of what their circumstances are. Our goal is always to push them further and further towards independence, to push them up, to make sure that they're getting more rigor, and to keep them on that path forward so that we make sure we optimize outcomes for all of our kiddos. The relationship piece is crucial in Santana, and one of the things we've really been talking about and we're trying to bring in is this whole facilitated IEP training. What that does is it equips our staff and our families with the skill sets to have conversations that are challenging and maybe don't always feel good, but to be able to lean into each other and to trust. So all of those skills, they don't come naturally. Some people are better than others at kind of managing those tough conversations. Some people are naturally skilled and adept, but some people are not. Sometimes we see people freeze or they get defensive. And when people get defensive, this is where conflict comes. And so what we want to do is reduce everybody's level of stress so that we can have that in-depth conversations. When we work with our coordinator teams on those initial skill sets, we're really talking about you got to get to the why. It's not about what the parent wants, it's about why they want it, so that we can look at what those fears and concerns are, and we can really implement plans that address those needs. It's also about coming to consensus about what the student actually needs. And so they have to be able to trust our clinical and or practical expertise as we are formally trained educators, and we have to be able to trust their expertise in terms of being the parent of this child with more working knowledge about this little person than anybody else in the room. So we are developing that. I think that the facilitated IEP training is going to be our biggest win. We'll be working with the county and the state to get our administrators trained in that program this coming school year. And hopefully that will help to really bridge some of the relationship challenges that we've been facing.
Thank you. Ms. Magdalena?
Just one last comment, I promise. First, thank you to my veteran colleagues. I'm really learning a lot, and it's making me excited for our SPED presentation, hopefully coming up soon. But something that was not mentioned, on slide 6, I see our dual immersion program. We have 6 sites that offer that?
Correct. We're at all of the dual immersion elementary sites. We also offer where was it? Yes, we also offer the ECE dual immersion program.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. But my only question is, how are parents enjoying the program? And is there any thought on expanding it across our other sites?
So we've just kind of aligned with the district up until this point, but it is a highly sought after program. We do feel that, it's obviously a matter of parent preference, but there are definitely families that have a strong interest in our dual programs. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I had a few more questions. This is just such important work that you're doing. So thank you for your time with the Q&A here. But to Ms. Magdalena's point, I had the opportunity to stop by the ECE classroom at Jefferson, and they had just started their day, and there, I believe it's 4 days a week, they have 15 minutes of reading with a relative, so parent, grandparent, and it was beautiful, and they were reading in both English and Spanish, because I walked around and I heard the book reading, and it was amazing. They were so engaged. I just was like a fly on the wall. Nobody, I tried to engage in one conversation and the little ones were not having it. They were into their books. So I was like, okay, let's support the reading. So thank you. So it's beautiful to see that. And then I did want to, so one thing I want to start off with, just maybe we can get more information. I would like to ask in this space, but if folks feel comfortable to share, but otherwise we can just get more information around our outreach. I know you mentioned you're working with the FACE team. What I would love to see is, and what I guess I'm wondering is if with our communications team, are there other teams working on this outreach to our community? Because I know, it's something that I always share with our families when I'm out at events. And if they're stopping by a booth and I'm there, I'm like, hey, did you know, because you see they have a little one in a stroller. And sometimes they don't know. So I would love to, as someone who has worked in outreach campaigns with nonprofits around community education efforts and things like that, I'm just wondering, where are we at with that? I would love to see us get to a place where it's just something that is constantly promoted, and that eventually, or as quickly as possible, every single family knows. Because I still feel that I'm surprised often that families may not realize. And as you mentioned, it's just been this last year that we've gone down to as young as 2-year-old.
It is. This was our first year. Yes.
So with that, that's a little more understandable, but definitely so important to our families. So if folks can share about which teams are actively doing outreach on this.
So FACE, communications, anytime we provide the materials, we're definitely supported by a district-wide. It's definitely an integrated effort across departments to, I'm sure the school sites, the office managers, we're definitely, connected with all of them. So, yes.
Okay, so training the staff, but also this outreach being done at the events.
Yes, the events.
And maybe we can explore, Superintendent, or I'd love to get a little bit more information, like an assessment from our team internally, like as far as the outreach, right? Like, is there more that we could be doing? And maybe even, it sounds like there is a campaign. So I'd love to learn more about what that looks like, and if there's ways to enhance that. Again, just thinking of my mindset about access, right? I want to make sure every family who needs this has a safe place to bring their child and knows that we're here for them.
And when communications do go out district-wide via Parent Square, so any parent who is already associated with the district will have information, that district-wide is disseminated. So.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I did want to ask, I just wanted to highlight again the work that your teams have been doing out in the classrooms to take the time to really study and even create, best practices and training videos and support our educators. We have heard our educators coming to ask for help, right? And so I feel like they've been heard, and that those efforts are happening. Can you share for us as a board, what would be the best case scenario? I was thinking of slide 19, where you have your core pillars, because that's where I see a lot of what I heard your team had really taken away from these studies in the classroom. Like, this is where we want to build towards. Mm-hmm. Are there any barriers that we as a board and as a community should know that, all of us working together, how we can support this to actually come to fruition in the best possible way?
At this point, I'm new to the work with TK, so we're excited to be able to dig in and be able to support in whatever way we can. So the barriers I haven't necessarily identified yet, but but we are looking forward to growing the developmentally appropriate practice. And I mean, if I had to identify a barrier, it would be, you know, it's new to a lot of you know, TK teachers working with the group of 4-year-olds versus, you know, the younger 4s. They're literally just turning 4, so you know, they may have been a preschooler if not TK. So so we just, you know, really sharing those instructional, you know, practices and environmental design like we mentioned here. So those are all things, but I don't see those as barriers. I find it exciting work to be able to support, you know, the needs of the children, the staff, and the community. So
Thank you for that. And I was just thinking about how you're going to roll out these environmental designs, and is it going to come in phases? Is there funding to just do it all at once? What is?
So the work, we're building on the work that has already been happening over the last few years. So the classrooms are already equipped with calming corners, I believe, and a kitchen area and some art supply, you know, the easel and things like that, to support the developmentally appropriate, you know, approach. With that said, we are planning to do a model classroom at a pilot site that we have not identified yet for a TK teacher who might be interested in receiving the setup, and then kind of using that as a space to provide professional development opportunities, so people can, you know, come in and visit and see and hopefully be inspired by, you know, by the work that we're doing. So.
And lastly, with the professional development and time with our educators, you mentioned there's going to be 2 days. I know Ms. Magdaleno asked earlier, there's going to be 2 days, hopefully in the beginning of the school year.
Correct.
Are you hoping to expand that time with educators? Is that something that...
Well, we'd love to be able to do a week, but there's only the 3 days at the beginning of the year, so 2 technically. But then throughout the school year, yes, we'll be using substitutes to release for professional development throughout the school year.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Orlando. And with that, I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. So thank you for the incredible work that the entire team is doing. For our early learning, and thank you for the thorough presentation and robust conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we now are going to move on to our public hearings. So we have 15.1.
Public disclosure of tentative agreement with Santa Ana Educators Association for the 2025-2028 school years.
Okay. This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the public disclosure of tentative agreement with Santa Ana Educators Association for the 2025 to 2028 school years. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay. Okay, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. 15.2.
Public disclosure of tentative agreement with California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, for the 2025 to 2028 school years.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the public disclosure of tentative agreement with California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, for the 2025 to 2028 school years. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay. Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed.
15.3, public disclosure of tentative agreement with Santa Ana School Police Officers Association for the 2025 to 2028 school years.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the public disclosure of tentative agreement with Santa Ana School Police Officers Association for the 2025 to 2028 school years. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed.
15.4, Communications Workers of America, Local 9510, initial reopener proposal to Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025 to 2026 school year.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the Communications Workers of America, Local 9510, initial reopener proposal to Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025 to 2026 school year. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed.
15.5, increase statutory school fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the increase of statutory school fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Okay, we will now go to our regular agenda action items, and Ms. Quiros, you may begin.
16.1, approval of tentative agreement with the Santa Ana Educators Association for the 2025 to 2028 school years.
Okay, may I get a motion and a second?
I'll go ahead and motion for purposes of discussion.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and second. Okay, I'll open it up to the speakers list. Okay, Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. So tonight before us, we have the tentative agreement with the Santa Ana Educators Association. Can someone speak to whether or not this tentative agreement was seen by unit members of the union?
Sure, I'll ask Ms. Flores to come on up and answer those questions. Or question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bustos, I'm not sure that I understood your question.
Was the tentative agreement given to the union and their members for review?
Yes, it was actually ratified by their members,
Okay. And what was the percentage that it was ratified by?
70%.
And what is the threshold for ratifying a tentative agreement?
I believe it's, actually, I'm not sure, I'd have to find out for you, but I believe it's 50%.
Okay.
Or less than.
Okay. And so for, just out of respect for the public comment that was made tonight, I do want to ask whether or not at this point in time, as a board, if we can table a certain section that is part of the tentative agreement.
No, you cannot.
And so my understanding was that the individual that spoke tonight wanted us to table Article 18, part of the tentative agreement. Can you speak to why we can't, as a board tonight, pull or table that section of the agreement?
Sure. So when we go into negotiations with any union, we go in there with good faith. And so when we do negotiate, we negotiate several articles, and it's a package. So that's what the tentative agreement is. It's a package of all the articles that we negotiate for that season. And so once that is done, and we sign off on that, then it does go back to the members, and the members vote on that. In this case, it was passed by the members. So for any board to vote on a tentative agreement, you must vote on all of it or reject all of it.
Thank you for those clarifying answers. Appreciate it. With that being said, I just want to make some comments here, and I appreciate folks who have brought this issue related to the tentative agreement to my attention, and individuals who gave public comment tonight related to the tentative agreement, and just share that as a board and as a district, our responsibility to meet the tentative agreement really has been met. At that point, as a board member, I do want to respect the independence of the union to be able to make decisions of their own and the unit members. And from my understanding and the clarifying answer that you shared tonight, this tentative agreement did come before the members. An overwhelming majority of the members who voted did vote to ratify the tentative agreement. And for that reason, and understanding that there are reservations for our board tonight to table any specific article in this tentative agreement or reject the entire tentative agreement, I will be voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bustos. I also wanted to ask if, Dr. Perez, can we have the team speak to some of the concerns? I know I want to share out with our community members and those who did express concerns around specific articles. I did commit to, following up with the superintendent to inform myself, right? Like, share what those concerns are and get some feedback. And I don't know if that information if there has been a time for that to get to maybe some of the folks who had those questions. I did, get back to them myself and encourage them to connect with folks for more information. But can we share a little bit to address what some of those concerns were?
I will ask for Jennifer to answer to the best, I'm going to say, of her ability, because this is negotiations, and I want to make sure that we're just steering in the right direction, that there is negotiations happen in a closed setting. And so hearing the question, and what I understood the question to be as to whether or not some of the concerns that folks had, and in particular, I heard the question be around Article 18, if there was any clarifying or clarity that you might be able to share in this public setting, to please do so. And there will be things that she will likely not be able to, because she is our chief negotiator and would then be sharing information that is in a closed setting and not permissible.
I do want to tread cautiously here because, when we're in negotiation, this is confidential and we do go in there with good faith and we respect the process. I'm not quite sure what exactly may be the issue or the concern. However, what I can say is Article 18 is mostly clarification and rewriting language so that it's clarified. As we've gone through the process and the district brought this to the table, there's been, some of the language was very vague. And so it created some issues for both sides. And so we wanted to make sure that it was clear and that we were following the law. And the biggest portion of that article that we proposed and we discussed at the table was the fact that there is a 10-day limit that was written in there. There are times when we cannot address something with a member within those 10 days because we might be following something that we had to, there was legal, we had to do an investigation, and we were unable to. So that has been our practice, that it's gone beyond those 10 days, and we've been supported because those are legal issues. And so, or there could be legal issues. The way it was written, in the event that we did not notify the employee within those 10 days, then becomes grievable. And so there's not a time that the district, and we discussed this at the table, there's not a time the district would want to take away those rights from the members. But there are times that we have to seek out law enforcement, or we have to do an investigation that we have to protect maybe the person that made the grievance. And so and to protect them from retaliation. So there may be a time, and if it's justified, we would go beyond those 10 days. And so we still have perimeters, because that's not the norm of what we would do, but it does allow us to be able to provide an investigation with fidelity and also protect our employees, which are also our members. Does that help?
Yeah, I think one of the questions, I think in general, just there was a general concern around whether or not some of this could be used to have, there was just some language, I think, that folks were worried that maybe that folks could, from outside of the school setting or things like that could, make a complaint, right? And so that was, I think, the biggest concern around just our teachers going to be left vulnerable to people's personal opinions and things like that out from maybe outsiders who aren't even part of the school community. And so it was just a very general concern. And so I wanted to make, you know, I wanted to just make sure I understood for myself, and I understand that the members have already ratified, but I just wanted to, you know, now, since it was brought up publicly, if there is a clear way to kind of address that.
So,
I'm gonna ask that, I will say that I did extend the offer for us to talk more specifically about this with our union, with the unit members and union leadership. We're happy to do that. This agreement is between SAUSD and SAEA. So any parties outside of that, we would be acting, you know, as the liaison. So what I understood to be the concern was around community members coming and folks maybe that are not necessarily part of our school community or our district community raising concerns and complaints. Completely get that. There is a process through HR and our employee relations department and team where we would take, we have that already. We have that every day. People come, you know, and, you know, share concerns, complaints, whatever it may be around something and someone within our system. So we have mechanisms for protecting against that. If that's truly what people are worried about, I would be happy to sit down and help them understand the bigger process. This language is really about the agreement between SAEA and all of the unit members that it protects, and the relationship with the district and how we will have interaction with them, not how outside parties will. So I just want to provide that clarity and hopefully that provides a little bit of a relief for folks, if that was truly the concern.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
and it is about, it's just about that, and it's about the process.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, just a clarification. I understand that this is between, you know, certificated staff, which would be teachers and counselors and physical therapists, you know, nurses. But my understanding is that also, well, maybe not the entire contract and all the details, but the raise itself also does apply to admin and to all district staff, as far as like in the district office, correct?
So that's not what's before you tonight. What is before the board tonight are the tentative agreements with our collective bargaining teams, with SAEA, with CSEA, with SASPOA. That is the only thing that is before this board tonight.
Oh, the raise, the raise is not part of that.
That is part of that tentative agreement. So that's what's before you, the agreement between SAEA and the district, which includes the raise and all the other articles. Same thing for CSEA. That's one of the articles. That's actually the salary and wages article for each of the associations. You're asking about management. There is nothing before the board about management tonight.
But I was told that whatever goes for SAEA applies to management for the sake of equity, so that there's not a misbalance. That's what I was told.
So we don't have anything before the board tonight related to salary for management. The only things that are before you guys are what I described. I think maybe what you're referring to is a Me Too, which does, and I don't know if you want to address that piece, Jennifer. We don't have a Me Too. Just to be very clear, we don't have a Me Too clause.
Well, how did the admins and the district staff get raises then?
Well, I think, just for a point of order, I think we're getting off the topic for this agenda item. So I think maybe following up offline, or if you want to share something.
And that's why I clarified the items, that I don't want anybody hearing this public meeting to think that the board is voting for anything besides what is before them. The tentative agreement between SAEA and the district, and what that includes are all the articles that they sunshine, that they brought forward. That includes salary, that includes lots of other things. For CSEA, same thing. It includes salary, but it includes lots of other things. For SASPOA, same thing. It includes salary and wages, benefits, lots of other things. There is nothing before the board tonight
that is about Me Too or, you know, I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves. Those are the things that you guys are considering tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Ms. Quiroz, were we out on time?
No, not yet, but I did clear it. I'm sorry I didn't catch the time.
Okay. Okay, so that's part of our time when we're communicating questions and things like that, but if you would like, we can add you to the speakers list. So I'll stop the voting. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Lebsack.
All right. In the collective bargaining process, I believe SAEA has been reasonable in their request for a 2.5 raise for the 2025 to 2028 school years. However, the dilemma is from 2010 to 2025, student enrollment in SAUSD has dropped by 19,000 students. That's a lot of lost revenue when the average daily attendance funding, which is provided through state taxes, is about 21,000 per student based on total educational spending. Last year, we went through a painful layoff process of 250 teachers and counselors due to overstaffing using short-term ESSER funds. We hired about a half of those employees back in the fall, but it was still a painful process for staff, students, and the district as a whole. I want to make decisions that are in the best interest of students, and my fear is that we are setting ourselves up for another layoff due to increasing expenditures while we are in decrease of enrollment. To the grant of 2.5 raise to all SAUSD employees, which is what is being asked today, forget that, will cost the district $13 million per year and close to $40 million in 3 years. I think this will cause more layoffs, higher class sizes, and increased combo classes, which will negatively impact student outcomes and the teachers' work environments. This OCDE sent us a letter in April giving us a multi-year financial projection, and this is what it said. Deficit spending is projected in each year of the multi-year period and is expected to increase over time, indicating that ongoing expenditures are outpacing ongoing revenues by a widening margin. This pattern will place additional pressure on the unrestricted general fund balance and reinforces the need to closely monitor key assumptions and emerging cost pressures. So basically, that is why, even though I think this was in good faith, I know you guys worked hard on this, but I just want to do what's right for students, and that's why I am going to vote no on all of the raises, because I don't want to see increased class sizes, I don't want to see layoffs, and I don't want to see combo classes.
Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. Can we just get clarity, if the board were to approve all 3 tentative agreements tonight, would that lead to a financial situation where we would have to do layoffs next year?
The short answer is no. Looking back to the prior layoff, it's really important to note that that layoff was not based on district finances. That was conflated very much in the public, but the reality is the layoff that took place last year was done based on needs. It was based on overstaffing, plain and simple. There was no financial connection there was no connection between the budget and the layoffs. Going forward, it would be the same situation. We do need to stay focused on making sure that we're properly staffed, but this raise will not cause layoffs.
Okay, and then just on that point in and of itself, what is the district doing to ensure financial stability and to ensure that we are closing this budget deficit? Is the district taking steps proactively to address any of the financial concerns that were brought up by Ms. Lebsack? And if so, what are some of those things that the district is doing?
So we're absolutely doing things. I personally stay in close contact with the Orange County Department of Education. Complete transparency, because at the end of the day, to a certain extent, they hold our future in their hands. They could take action which would take away a lot of our local control. So we're very transparent with everything that we're doing. In between second interim and now, and the the letter that Ms. Lebsack is referring to was the letter that was written by OCDE after our second interim. So in between second interim and now, we've done additional analysis, concentrating very much on the services. What we talked about the contracts with our consultants, and what we've seen the entire year, in particular, in between the analysis of second interim and the analysis that we did in April, is we saw a significant reduction in those services. On top of that, we are getting more controls on extra time and overtime. It's not perfect. We're still working on all of those things, but we're working on right sizing. We're utilizing tools such as temporary contracts to make sure that we're not put in a position to have to do this huge layoff that we had to do before. We're focused on services. We're really focused on supplies. Every requisition for supplies, services, capital goes before a cabinet member or an evaluator. So there's an extra set of eyes looking at it. And you've heard me say this before, I'll say it again. For every one of those purchases, we're asking, do we need to make this purchase, and do we need to make it now, this year? So there's a lot of scrutiny, and what you're going to see at adopted budget in next month is incredible progress to close the structural deficit. Is it completely closed? No. But a lot of progress to close that deficit, which puts us in the position to be able to afford the salary increase.
Thank you. I have additional comments, but I'll wait for the next round.
Ms. Lipsack?
Thank you, Mr. Hacker. I have the letter right here from the OCDE. It's dated April 16th, 2026. Is there a letter that I didn't see? This came in the B2B very recently. Is there a letter that I'm missing?
So I believe that's the second interim letter. So the second interim report is submitted to OCDE the middle of March. They do their review, send a draft of that letter to me to make sure it's factually accurate. I usually get that back to them within a day, and then they issue that letter. So that's the second interim letter, but that letter is related to second interim, which is district finances through the end of January. We had the opportunity in April to look at additional expenditures. We looked at February, we looked at March, we even looked at part of April, and the pattern that we saw was a reduction, especially in services. That's where we saw the biggest reduction from our second interim projections to the analysis that we did in April. There's no additional letter. That was the last formal communication, but there's been lots of informal communication between OCD and the district, and that is why when they reviewed the AB 1200, so we did the public hearings earlier today, the AB 1200 is the process by which we're showing to OCDE and to you and to the community what the cost of this agreement is. If OCDE had significant additional concerns where they felt that this increase was going to put us qualified or negative, they would have raised those concerns in the letter and in the AB 1200 letter, and they did not.
I'm trying to make decisions based on what I receive.
I
and the
understand.
quote that I read, was pretty concerning on how they said ongoing expenditures are outpacing ongoing revenues for a widening margin. And this pattern will place additional pressure on unrestricted general funds. So, okay. I will just, believe that you had conversations and more work after this with OCDE, and that we are good to go, and that it's not going to cause layoffs. It's not going to, or if there's layoffs, it's not going to be due to funds.
That is correct, 100% correct.
And it's not going to impact the classroom. That's my biggest concern, is that we're going to have increased class sizes, combo classes, and, that's my concern.
Understand.
Okay, Mr. Bustos?
Yeah, I'll just end my remarks with this. I'm going to approve this tentative agreement because I believe that our labor partners deserve salary increase. And I want to thank all of our labor partners for negotiating in good faith this negotiation cycle. I think that it's critical now more than ever that school districts do their part to protect and uplift their employees. And it's critical that school districts do their part to make sure that the work that employees in school districts are doing is dignified and is compensated in a dignified way. And so that is part of the reason why we need to continue as a district to advocate for a Prop 55 permanency. That's why we as a district need to continue respecting negotiations and ensuring that both parties are showing up to negotiations in good faith and doing what's best in the interests of our school district, of our students, of our community, and our employees. And so I appreciate the clarity from our district staff who made it very clear tonight that by approving these tentative agreements won't result in layoffs in the next year, because we are taking proactive steps as a school district to close our budget deficit to ensure that our priorities align the values of our community, of our employees, of our students and families. And so I'm proud to support this tentative agreement tonight because I believe that we need to be doing our part as a district and as a board to support our employees here in Santa Ana Unified. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to call the vote. I do want to do a time check. It's 10:17. So we will need to address extending the meeting momentarily, but let's go ahead and call the vote on this item first. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Let's go ahead and move to 16.2.
16.2, approval of tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, for the 2025 to 2028 school years.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve and a second?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.3.
16.3, approval of tentative agreement with Santa Ana School Police Officers Association for the 2025 to 2028 school years.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.4.
Acceptance of California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, initial reopener proposal to the Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2026-2027 school year.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve?
So moved.
Okay. I will second. Any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.5.
Approval of Memorandum of Understanding with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, regarding implementation of 11-month work calendar for site coordinators in the Expanded Learning Department.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve in a second?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Our second.
Okay. Any discussion? Let's prepare to vote. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.6.
Approval of Memorandum of Understanding with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, regarding the 2026 to 2027 11-month work calendar for site coordinators in the Expanded Learning Department.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve in a second?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries.
16.7, approval of memorandum of understanding with the Santa Ana School Police Officers Association regarding correction to salary calculation methodology and implementation timelines.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve and a second?
Approve.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. The 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.8.
Approval of revised salary placement, expanded learning instructional apprentice.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve and a second?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Dr. Alvarez motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Let's go ahead and stop here for a second to discuss. It's almost, we have 8 minutes till 10:30, so want to open it up to the team to see if anyone wants to make a motion for a time adjustment. Let's see.
Motion to continue to 11.
You want to put your, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Alvarez.
Motion to continue to 11.
Okay, to 11. Let's see, I'm trying to see how many items we have left. And Mr. Bustos?
Sorry, me too. Give me a second.
Okay. We have 20 items. Oh, sorry, Mr. Bustos. Oh, can you add yourself one more time? There we go.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and second. I'll just go ahead and second that motion. 11. Just move quickly.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on that. Okay, 5 yes. Okay. So we'll continue until 11. So 16.9, can I get a motion? Oh, actually 16.9, Ms. Quiroz?
Authorization to award contract for the roof replacement project at Mitchell Child Development Center.
Could we maybe bundle all the construction?
Oh, sorry, Dr. Alvarez, go ahead.
I was going to suggest maybe we can bundle the construction items. They're 16.9, 1610, 1611, and 1612. 16.8, I mean 16.9 and 10, they're roof contracts. 1611 is also roof contract, and 1612 is the leaseback contract.
I will second that, although I do have a clarifying question for 16.9, but I think that we can still bundle them together. Oh, let's do 16.9 and then let's bundle 16.10 through 16.12. So I'll make that amendment to your motion, if that's okay? Okay. Do we have a second on that? Or do we? Oh, thank you. Okay. So then let's go ahead and vote on that? Okay. With a 5 yes vote, okay, we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll go back to 16.9. You already read it out, Ms. Quiroz, right? Okay. So can I get a motion to approve in a second?
So moved.
Okay. I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I have two questions. One is, there was a public speaker, and he talked so fast, I didn't catch everything he was saying. Something about this item, about 23,000. The other question is, when I did do the walkthrough through Mitchell, they were talking, and I don't know if this is, I think the air conditioning on the roof, that there's a lot of copper theft going on the roof. So I was just wanting to ask about that, if that's...
So I can address the copper theft really, really quickly.
Okay.
We do have copper theft in this district. It is a very valuable commodity, and there are thieves that steal copper. We do have a plan when we suspect a particular area is being targeted. We have these mobile cameras that we can place, and so we have strategies on that. But copper theft is one of our new realities.
Oh, don't share the plan with the thieves.
I'm telling the thieves we're going to get them.
Got you. Okay, what about one of the public speakers saying that he was very concerned about this one, about 23,000 savings?
So, first of all, this is Sergio Zazueta, our new Executive Director of Facilities and Operations. So he'll go into some of the details on this. I will say that the bidding process for school construction is a highly regulated process. And there are lots of criteria that we have to follow. We work closely with legal counsel every time we do a bid. Before the bid, legal counsel often assists with the preparation of the bid documents. And then if there are questions about qualifications, we do consult with legal counsel before making decisions on whether to disqualify bidders. In this particular case, we did disqualify 2 bidders, and then there was a challenge, which happens, and then I will let Mr. Zazueta weigh in on everything that we did from that point forward to make sure that we're following the law.
Good evening. So basically, we received the protest from the contractor that did not win the bid. We consulted immediately with our legal counsel, and based on their response, we provided that response on the district letterhead to the contractor. And so based on the consulted recommendation, we move forward with the denial of the bid. So that's where we're at today. They have every right to speak on actions that they feel didn't go their way. So that's where we're at as of today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also had that question, so thank you for addressing that. Wanted to make sure that the process, that we did check into that, so thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and vote on this item. Okay, with the 4 yes vote with Ms. Excuse me, I thought that was you.
What?
Okay, with a 5 yes vote now, the motion carries. We can move to 16.10.
So I believe it'll be the 16.10 through 16.12.
Yes.
16.10, authorization to award contract for the roof replacement project, buildings 2, 6, 7, and 8 at Santa Ana High School. 16.11, authorization to award contract for the gym and theater roof replacement project at Godinez Fundamental High School. 16.12, approval of amendment number 2 to the leaseback contract, documents for the Monroe TK through 5th Elementary School reconstruction project.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second for approval?
Motion.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
16.13, authorization to rename Chavez High School to Dolores Huerta High School.
Okay, thank you. May I please get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Lebzak?
Yeah, I just got this sent to me today. I mean, I don't know that much about Dolores Huerta, but apparently she's in a lawsuit right now. It says the court hearing against Dolores Huerta is pending accusations of embezzlement, misuse of state grants, disability discrimination, retaliation, nepotism, and the trial is January 2028 in LA civil suit. I sent this to you, Ms. Brazier-Seves, and I did send it to Dr. Perez. I just think it would be unwise to move forward with this because if she is seen as guilty in January of 2028, are we going to have to do another $50,000 name change? And when she's in a pending lawsuit right now. Any comments on that, or are we just gonna stay silent? We're gonna ignore it? Were you aware of the lawsuit, or are we turning a blind eye, or what?
Ms. Lipsack, I don't want to get into a back and forth
I mean-
conversation. They're your comments, so
I know, but.
if you
well,
would
let's
like
have a
to.
discussion.
If you'd like to ask the superintendent to speak to, like the process or anything within this item, you're free to do so. It's your time.
Yeah, I'm sent that to both of you today, that she's in a lawsuit right now. And so it's supposed to be, the civil suit is going to be, the trial is going to happen on January 2028 in Los Angeles. And I just don't think it would be wise to change the name until we know the results of the trial. Otherwise, we might have to do a name change again in 2028.
So is there a recommendation in that?
Well, my recommendation is that we wait on this to find out the results of this trial of what she's being accused of.
Okay. Are you going to speak to the process of?
Well, there is a process by
Yeah.
which things are reviewed. So the lawsuit is not against Dolores Huerta, it is against the foundation.
Right. But for a point of clarity, I was asking, is there a recommendation?
The foundation is named by her. It's called the Dolores Huerta Foundation. So it does have her name on the foundation.
That's correct, but it's the foundation that is being sued, not Dolores Huerta as a person.
Okay, let's
Okay.
move to our next speaker. I have Ms. Magdaleno.
Yeah, I just want to start off my comments by thanking the district for moving so quickly on this renaming, and also our community members, our school staff, our students. I was able to see a couple of the stats that we received from the survey. An overwhelming majority of everybody who took the survey, I took it myself, but there was different variations of Dolores Huerta High School, the Dolores Huerta High School, Dolores Huerta, just different variations of it. So I think I want to respect our community and what they want to rename this school after. And I just appreciate that, we're taking everybody's feedback and that we're making sure that it aligns with the values here at our district. And I also appreciate that this renaming continues to honor the farm worker movement and the civil rights movement. So I appreciate everybody for, being including in the democratic process of voting and, hearing out your suggestions. And I guess this is what we're voting on tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magdaleno. Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, from my understanding, this process was community-driven, so I just wanted to ask if somebody could talk about the steps and the process that was followed to get to where we are now.
Sure. And I see Mr. Hecker making his way back. Thank you.
So after the board gave direction for us to pursue the renaming, we initiated a survey of students, parents, staff, community, and with regard to whether or not actually it wasn't whether or not to be renamed, it was suggestions on what it could be renamed to. And by far, Dolores Huerta was the winner. After that, honoring a commitment that we made to the current students at Cesar Chavez High School, we provided the top 5 names that were recommended by the survey to the students and staff at the high school. They voted on the top 3, and then there was a committee, and the committee is the board president and Dr. Perez. And that committee then decided on Dolores Huerta, which conforms to what the community wanted. And that we did, based on that, we did a rough estimate of how much it's going to cost in terms of signage and everything, and all of that was put before the committee, and the decision was made to bring the renaming to the board today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ron. Okay. Did you already speak? You're okay? Okay. So I'll give my comments now. Ms. Quiroz? Okay. So just to speak a little bit on this item as board president, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that the proposed renaming comes in response to the voices we heard from our student board members, public comments, and community survey feedback regarding the current school name. The recommendation to rename the school to Dolores Huerta High School continues to honor the farm worker and civil rights movement while recognizing a historic Latina leader whose legacy reflects our district's values of equity, perseverance, service, and advocacy for working families and communities. Having had the great privilege of marching alongside Ms. Dolores Huerta for immigration reform, I have witnessed the deep respect and sense of hope she continues to inspire across generations. I also admire her for coming forward with her personal story of survivorship. Community feedback demonstrated strong support for the name Dolores Huerta, with many respondents emphasizing the importance of representation and alignment with the values of our Santa Ana community, including feedback from our very own student board member, Ms. Gomez. So when I had the opportunity as part of the process to have the hearing along with Dr. Perez, I was really excited to see that the community had landed on this name because it really honored what I was hearing. Again, even from our own student board member, folks had expressed interest in naming the school after a woman, a Latina. And so I think this is a beautiful opportunity to continue to uplift, center the historic and current movements of our farm workers, of our labor rights movement, of our immigrant communities. And so I'm really excited about this, and excited that we as a board get to take this step, and excited for the school. And with that, I'll go ahead and call the vote. Okay, with the 4 yes vote and with Ms. Lebsack abstaining, motion carries. Next item, Ms. Quiroz.
16.14, approval of memorandum of understanding between Santa Ana Unified School District and Zen Academy for emergency temporary relocation site.
Okay, may I please get a motion to approve and a second?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a second? Let's see.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Lebsack, are you on the speakers list? No? Okay. Okay, let's prepare to vote. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.15.
Acceptance of 2018 Measure I Citizens Bond Oversight Committee's 2025 to 2026 Annual Report.
Thank you. Can I get a motion and a second? Mr. Bustos?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. The 5 yes vote, motion carries. 16.16.
Adoption of Resolution Number 2526-3736, Order of Biennial Trustee Election and Specifications of the Election Order.
Okay, may I please get a motion and a second? I'll go ahead and motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Let's proceed to vote. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
16.17, adoption of resolution number 2526-3738, residential and commercial industrial development school fee justification and authorization to increase statutory school fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial development construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, I just had a question for clarification. So this is an agenda item to increase statutory school fees. I wanted to ask if maybe somebody can come up and explain a little bit what it is and why we have to do this.
So these fees are commonly referred to as developer fees. So anyone that is undertaking construction in the city of Santa Ana, whether it be residential or commercial, they have to pay fees to the school district because the assumption is, especially for residential, that new residences are going to produce new students, and those new students will create a need for us to build. It's important to note that developer fees are a fairly significant source of financing that we use for our construction projects. The project that is going on right now at Monroe is funded in large part by developer fees. So we do these fees, and the way it happens is every other year, the state does their own study, and then it opens up the window for us to do our study and increase developer fees to stay up with the cost of construction. I mean, so as construction becomes more expensive, developer fees go up so that the district can, have enough funds to do the new building that we need to do.
So just for clarification, so these developer fees, does the state set them, or do we set them, or how do we determine what those fees are?
The state lays the groundwork, and then we have to do our own developer fee study that looks at the specifics of the city and the district and the school sites. Based on that developer fee study, that developer fee study allows us to set the rate, to set the increase of the rate. We could only set it up to the maximum that the state allows. If the developer fee study doesn't show that we have the facilities to meet what the state set as the rate, then it would be set lower. But the practice is every time the state raises their fees, we do the developer fee study, and typically the fees raise to the level that the state permits.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
16.18, adoption of resolution number 2526-3739, proclaiming May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month.
May I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could add, in light of what happened yesterday in San Diego, the shooting of the Arab mosque, of the Muslim mosque, I was wondering if we could add the Asian Arab countries in that to honor them in light of the shooting that happened yesterday.
I would suggest perhaps we could pull the item and have the team work on it a little bit more to look at that language recommendation, if that's okay with folks. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and we'll bring it back for the next regular meeting.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion, Ms. Lebsack. Okay. Next item.
I'm sorry, just a point.
Should we?
Yeah, there was a
Okay, so-
sub-motion, so I think you need to vote.
Okay, so I made a sub-motion to table, and you accepted that, Ms. Lebsack? Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote. Okay, so do we have, okay, so I made the motion to table. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, now let's go ahead and vote. Oh. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, we're going to go ahead and table it. Thank you. I'm telling you, after 10, the processing slows down. Next item.
16.19, adoption of resolution number 2526-3740, proclaiming June as Immigrant and Refugee Communities Heritage Month.
Okay. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I'd just like to see it a little more balanced because it seems kind of negative. Like lines 19 through 22, it says, whereas immigrants and refugee communities continue to face challenges, including barriers to access, discrimination, fear, language obstacles, disparities in education, healthcare, housing, employment, yet they continue to contribute greatly to vitality, diversity, progress of the American society. We've heard a lot of public speakers here from a lot of different places. Here in our own community, from El Salvador, from Nicaragua, I work with Cubans. I just think that, here's a fact. The United States has historically accepted more immigrants overall than any other country in the world and has resettled millions of refugees and asylum seekers over decades. And it is one of the world's largest foreign-born populations. It seems like if we added that to this, because yes, that's true, there are those things happening, but we also need to recognize that the United States is the best in the world as far as accepting immigrants for asylum. So I'm going to put it out there that we balance this out and add some more language to it to give America the credit that it's due. Or we can keep it more negative,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, I don't hear a second. Are there any other folks wishing to get on the speakers list for this item? Okay, I don't see any others. I wanted to share, I did read through the resolution. I want to thank the team. I think that it's beautiful. It does a beautiful job of blending the strengths and the beauty of our immigrant families and community and students with also not shying away from the very real realities that our immigrant communities are facing at this time. So I really appreciated that. I think that's really central to our values as a district, to uplift the experiences that our families are going through and to send the message that they're not alone. I do want to take the opportunity to circle back to our immigration support plan. And so as we come into our summer programs and the next school year, I really want us to think about the next phase of our work that we're doing to support our immigrant community and to build inclusive spaces on our campuses. And so that looks like some of the things that I've heard us discuss, increase awareness of higher education resources for our undocumented students, as well as mixed status families. I am hearing that there are, from folks who help our students and families with FAFSA, the California Dream Act, there is more, they are seeing more hesitation with mixed status families also applying. So I'd like to see a phase of our plan showing what we're going to do a little more in depth on closing those gaps that may be existing on our campuses. So I look forward to that, as well as I know we've talked about having posters that match the sentiment on the posters outside of our school, but also now having that inside. And so just taking a moment for our community to say that, those are things that we're working on, and I look forward to that next phase of our immigration support plan. And with that, I'll call the vote. Okay. Dr. Alvarez? Okay. With a 4-yes vote and with Ms. Lebsack abstaining, motion carries. Next item.
16.20, adoption of resolution 2526-3742, certification of a board member's absence from a board meeting, Dr. Alfonso Alvarez.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second? I'll motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Dr. Alvarez?
Just real quick, just for public knowledge, I wasn't here at the meeting because I was in Sacramento because of work. I actually attended a social worker convening where we had mostly managers from throughout the state of California, and the topic of that convening was family engagement. And in the field of social work, family engagement is actually mandated by legislation that started, I think, in 2000. So that convening is also related to what we're doing over here. But just so that the public can know, I just wanted to be transparent regarding that. So yeah, I wasn't here, but.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this item. Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Dr. Alvarez abstaining, motion carries. Next item.
16.21, adoption of resolution number 2526-3743, resolution requesting that the Board of Supervisors of Orange County establish a tax rate for bonds to be sold during fiscal year 2026 to 2027 and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? Let's proceed to vote. Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Ms. Lebsack not present, motion carries. Next item.
16.22, adoption of resolution number 2526-3744 to ratify emergency remediation, relocation, and repair work at Taft Elementary School and approve for payment.
Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to thank our staff for when this incident happened. I heard there was a smooth transition for our students. So anybody who had anything to do with this, our community at Edison, our community at Taft, just thank you for doing it so seamlessly without disruption to our students' learning. So thank you so much to our amazing team for always going above and beyond, making sure our students are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magdaleno. Let's proceed to vote. Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Ms. Lebsack not present, motion carries. Next item.
16.23, adoption of revised board policy 3400, management of district assets accounts.
And I think we have a request to combine some items. Mr. Bustos?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to combine items 16.23 to 16.28 as they're all related to an adoption of revised board policy that were all part of a first reading last meeting.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that. And let's vote on that. Okay. Oops. Sorry, that was a yes. Let's go ahead and try that one more time. Ms. Lebsack, if you want to vote as well. We're combining 16.22. 16.23 through 16.28, or 27, or 28. To 28 was the motion. Okay. So the voting is still open, and we are missing one. Dr. Alvarez? Dr. Alvarez? You might have to do it again. There you go.
It's not showing up.
Oh, okay, technical difficulty. There we go. With the 5 yes vote, motion carries.
All right, 16.23, adoption of, did you want to get, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. Motion? Do you want me to read? Yeah. Okay. 16.23, adoption of revised board policy 3400, management of district assets and accounts. 16.24, adoption of revised board policy 3551, food service operations cafeteria fund. 16.25, adoption of revised board policy 3553, free and reduced price meals. 16.26, adoption of revised board policy 4157, employee safety. 16.27, adoption of revised board policy 4357, employee safety. 16.28, adoption of revised board policy 6142.3, civic engagement.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second? Okay. Go ahead.
I'll motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Give me 1 second. I do want to highlight very quickly, because we only have a few minutes, I wanted to highlight 16.28 with our policy around civic engagement. I'm really excited about this item, and I wanted to just highlight that this is an opportunity for us to memorialize our work around peer-to-peer civic engagement on our campuses, something that we've initiated back in 2024, in the fall of 2024, with Save Vote and the efforts that they've had on our campuses since then in collaboration with our team. So I want to thank everybody on our campuses. They've worked with all of our comprehensive high school sites. We've had 50 paid fellows within their program, so majority of those being our very own students doing this effort on their campus. And they've registered close to 4,000 students to date. And so now this takes that to another level with memorializing that work in our policy, as well as bringing in the OC Registrar of Voters into these efforts. And so I know this is something that at the county level, the Orange County Department of Ed is focusing on. And so we're kind of catching up as far as putting this into our board policy. But I want to congratulate and thank the youth from Save Vote. What I always share with them is that this work that they're doing is bringing in our families, not just our youth, but our families who often have been left out of the civic engagement process. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I see Ms. Lebsack is on the speakers list as well. We do have 2 minutes, and we have one more item.
Yeah, ethnic studies, I think, was part of that, and it, right, of that civic engagement. It talked about that. Yeah.
I don't know, Ms. Lebsack.
Well, I just want to mention
if you-
something. I have a point. It talks about African American, Asian American, Chicano, and Native American, but.
In this
since we're-
policy?
Yeah, that's what I thought. For civic engagement, yeah. That's what it was in there. But my point is, since we're making it not just a semester, but a whole year, why are we leaving out Central Americans, the Caribbean, South Americans, the Europeans? I mean, we're focusing on 4 groups, but we're leaving out a lot of groups, and it's a year class, and I don't understand that really. Okay, that's one point. The other point is just making sure that we forewarn students, since we can't ask their immigrant status, that we do inform them that if they do register to vote and, and they aren't, and they're undocumented, that could be a state and federal violation. We just need to make sure that we're doing that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Okay, we're missing Ms. Lebsack? Okay. With a 4 yes vote and 1 abstention with Ms. Lebsack, motion carries. Next item.
16.29, adoption of the Santa Ana Unified School District vision, mission, and value statements.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? We don't have much time for it, but we. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Bustos, are you? Okay, then let's go ahead and vote.
Okay.
Okay, with a 4 yes vote and Ms. Lebsack voting no.
I can tell you why, but that's okay.
Motion carries, and with that, we're at 11. So thank you to folks for going through that pretty quickly. Having no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you.